Good morning, everyone. Johanna, are you in the Zoom room?
Yes, I'm here in All-Star Life Manager right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
I'm running behind. I'm doing the same thing too.
All right, and Stephen, you can hear us?
Nice not to have an iPad to do that, or else it'd be so difficult.
Yes, I can hear you guys good.
Oh, great. Okay, well then, Chair Crandall, I think we are ready to begin when you are.
Okay, I'm just pulling up the Zoom so I have that ready.
And we need the boardroom camera turned on.
All right. We still need that camera turned on? Okay.
Yeah. Sam, the boardroom cameras? There you go.
All right, it looks like we're ready to go. And so we will call the meeting to order for February 8th, 2022. And we will start with our customary moment of silence. And for today, I would like to conduct a moment of silence for the folks that are working in the hospitals, who have families, but they put their life on the line, and some of them even get sick, taking care of others. And it's a blessing that these folks they continue to do it every day, you know. So I just want to do a moment of silence for those folks. And Supervisor Pyska, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And so, moving on to consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. And it looks like we have 4.1, consideration of extra agenda item, letter of support to the Lake County Multi-Tribal Fire Prevention Project. And so,
And you may need to refresh your app for the agenda software in order to see it if you haven't already done so.
I have it. Ooh, it just went off.
So this letter is for a CAL FIRE fire prevention grant that is due tomorrow. And so this request has been made through the RRA, but we don't have another meeting until later in the month. And so.
Okay. And so,
Move to approve the extra item.
Second.
do I need to open public comment, or to move to open it is all we need? So I have a motion and a second. Johanna, can you conduct a roll call, please?
Okay, Supervisor Simon, is he here?
Supervisor Simon won't be here today.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye?
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Crandall.
Aye.
Thank you.
And shall we take this up right now?
Yep, it's up to you, sir.
Okay,
But,
so
yeah.
we'll go ahead and
Agree.
take this up right now briefly, and so you'll introduce the item, or?
Yes, so this is, request comes from TERRA, which is the Tribal Ecological Restoration Alliance. And the project, I think it's a lot of work on tribal lands
Okay.
for this particular project, and workforce development.
All right. Any other comments, or? No? Anyone from the public have anything have any public comment? I'm not seeing any for this item, or okay, looks like we have
Well,
somebody.
for this item,
Okay. This is for the extra item? Okay. All right. I'm not seeing any. We'll bring it back to the board for action on the extra item for the support letter.
I move that we sign the support letter for TERRA to apply for the CAL FIRE prevention grant.
Second?
So I have a motion and a second. Johanna, please conduct the roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye?
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Crandall.
Aye. All right. So now we'll move on to the approval of the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are commonly non-controversial, and they will be approved all together in usually one action. However, if anybody wants to pull one from the consent agenda, then I guess that's when we'll go ahead and ask for that. Supervisor Sabatier.
Yes, I'd like to pull, just because I think it's important for the public to be aware, and I do have a couple of questions, and my fault for not asking those questions to Director De Leon, but I'd like to pull item 5.10.
5.10. Okay.
Thank you so much. That's all my plight.
5.10. Are there any others?
Also known as 5.10.
5.10. Do you have any? Anybody from the public that would like to pull a consent agenda item? Looks like we have somebody.
I would like to pull item 5.11 for further discussion, please.
Okay.
And my name is Skylar Laywall.
Okay, Skylar, right there. All right. Looks like we have 5.10 and 5.11. Are there any others? And I'm not seeing anybody on Zoom. All right. So we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve items 5.1 through 5.9 and 5.12 from the consent agenda.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Johanna, please conduct the roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye?
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall.
Aye.
Thank you.
And so, these when we have that, okay. So what we'll do from here is we will move on to public input just for the public input. Is anything that's not covered on the agenda that you would like to discuss? Does everyone feel comfortable with going straight to that rather than?
Yeah.
Okay. So we will do public input that's for anybody that wants to discuss something that's not on the agenda for today, and you would have 3 minutes to state your name, and please bring it to the, try to keep to the 3 minutes. If not, I will stop you, so, all right. Yes.
Hello, my name is Justin Quayle. I just want to talk about the accountability thing again, because obviously when I went to prison or I did anything, there was always accountability for my actions or my paperwork. Yes, we got our license, but only because we had to go to other government agencies. Because regardless of how much we tell the truth to someone, they will not believe it. And so the research was just one phone call, you know, and 5 years of being in and having somebody lose a application for over a year. Scott DeLeon, he did a good job by calling us and saying that we apologize, we found it. But the only way that I found it was by coming over here and trying to subpoena the cameras that I dropped it off. When we call and try to there's got to be some kind of accountability for these workers. And so I'm going to speak up into it until there is accountability. Somebody comes and apologizes or at least admits that they did something wrong and we're going to try to fix it. And it's probably not going to happen again. If it does, it's another mistake. But there's got to be some kind of accountability. I did prison time for a cannabis plant, and I turned myself in when I got judged for my accountability. There's got to be accountability, especially lawsuits that get filed against this. The city have to pay. The people in the community have to pay. That's why I don't want to be like that. But if I don't get an apology or something, it's horrible to feel that way. That you're a person that pays taxes and there's no accountability for the people that you pay taxes to. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Is there anyone else in the board chambers that would like to provide public input? All right, it looks like we have some folks online, and I will start with phone 4627. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Tom. This is Tom Slade here. Good morning, everyone. I have a short piece to read here. It's in 2 parts. Part 1. Supervisor Bruno, I hope we can get through public input this time without reading another one of your, in my appropriate, not allowed during public input. Self-righteous, condescending, verbal chest-pounding, sophomoric, alpha male displays. I suspect that you're the only one that you impress only yourself. Part 2. Supervisor Eddie, when you said your mom was on a vet, I instantly related to you and others along and breathed. I will leave out the details. It was the most painful experience. That this is real. I'm wondering what you highly questionable mainstream. And I really, my heart goes out to you, Eddie, just so you know. Information regarding early, very effective treatments such as ivermectin and HC closed repeatedly, callers, including me. Receive any of them? If not, I might want to start asking questions. What about others in Lake County? I recall from a recent supervisor meeting, remdesivir is being used as a COVID treatment. Now, I'm not. I believe that there may be reason to be. That is not unusual at all for it to cause liver failure, fluid-filled lungs leading to. I will send you several remdesivir links. Please watch. You will not like. Upton Sinclair said or wrote something that is nearly universal in life. It is difficult to get a man to understand the thing when the salary depends on not understanding it. Salary, of course, but self-interest. I think are willing to risk committing corruption, whatever it might. I wish all the supervisors would realize that callers care. We do care, or I certainly, we all do, I'm sure. I think that I can speak for them, that they know we are not welcome. It's very clear, but we call anyway, each in our own way, to provide you with important information that, from my experience, I've been getting from them.
Okay, looks like we finished with this comment. Next, we will move on to Mary Draper. Mary, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record. Hello?
My apologies, Ms. Draper has an older version of Zoom, so in order for her to comment, we have to promote her to panelist. She's rejoining, and we'll make her comment momentarily.
Okay. So I'll move on to a different one briefly before that, and then when she's ready after this one, you'll bring her on. Matthew, does that sound all right?
Yeah, Ms. Draper actually has rejoined.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and go to hers.
Ms. Draper, are you able to share audio?
Mary, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to her, Matthew. Next, we will move on to Carlos Bono. Carlos, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
There you go.
This is Carlos Bono. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. The most recent Veris COVID vaccine adverse event report of January 21st now shows 22,607 deaths associated with the vaccine. 23,607 deaths. 41,163 permanently disabled. 11,765 heart attacks, 3,903 miscarriages, 124,444 hospitalizations, 116,726 urgent care, 13,575 cases of Bell's palsy, 9,028 cases of anaphylaxis, and 169,217 doctor office visits. Since the vaccine does not prevent infection or transmission, it's safe to say that the only immunity offered by these vaccines is that of the big pharma companies against lawsuits. Basically, pharmaceutical companies, mainstream media, and local and state and federal governments have induced fear, manipulated, brainwashed, and coerced the general public into getting these ineffective gene therapy shots, making people feel guilty, bribing them with donuts, presents, lottery tickets, free college tuition, even memberships at adult venues just to take the jab. These vaccines have turned out to be more harmful than COVID and have turned people on each other, dividing families and threatening people's livelihoods if they don't take the vaccine. Why the urgency? According to the recent data from the UK, it shows that double vaccinated people between 40 and 70 years old have already lost 40% of their immune system capabilities compared to the unvaccinated, and that their immune system is deteriorating at around 5% per week. This is now being called VAIDS, Vaccine-Induced Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome. I urge the Board of Supervisors to fulfill their oath of office in representing their constituents and stop promoting this dangerous and deadly vaccine, since it's only a matter of time before those that have promoted and subjected people to this treatment will be held liable for crimes against humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Julia Bono. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Julia Bono, and first of all, since the Lake County Board of Supervisors has a supervisory role when it comes to the Municipal Advisory Council known as the Middletown Area Town Hall, or MASS, I've asked the board repeatedly for a response to my formal complaints sent via email and certified mail about the failure of the Middletown Area Town Hall to hold a free and fair election on January 13th. The next MASS meeting is now coming up in 2 days on February 10th, so I ask that the Board of Supervisors make an emergency resolution today to vacate the 2 unelected appointments that were then made over my strenuous objections on January 13th in lieu of holding a free and fair election, and to order that an election immediately take place that includes all 3 candidates who then presented with themselves. Secondly, I would like to add to the public commentary brought to you today on the issue of mandatory COVID-19 vaccines. I would also, in particular, I'd like to mention the financial incentives that hospitals, clinics, doctors, and other healthcare facilities are incentivized in order to make a COVID-19 diagnosis. Incentive payments made to hospitals under the CARES Act for medical procedure and other tasks include a free and required PCR test, which is notorious for giving false positive results, to be performed at U.S. government expense in the emergency room or upon admission for every hospital patient. A bonus payment is made to the hospital for each positive COVID-19 diagnosis. A bonus payment is made for a COVID-19 admission to the hospital. A 20% bonus from Medicare that provides health services to the elderly is paid on the entire hospital bill for the use of remdesivir, which has severe potential side effects associated with it. An additional larger bonus payment is made to the hospital if it mechanically ventilates a COVID-19 patient. More money is paid to the hospital if a patient's cause of death is listed on a death certificate as COVID, even if the patient did not directly die of COVID-19. A COVID-19 diagnosis involved in the death also results in extra money being paid to the coroner who investigates the death. While the actual amount that each hospital receives for diagnosing and treating a COVID-19 patient cannot be easily ascertained and is probably variable due to case severity and geographical variations, some observers have estimated that it could be at least $100,000 per patient. Clearly, the medical community has, and hospitals have an incentive, a financial incentive, to diagnose COVID cases and treat people perhaps inappropriately for COVID-19. I think we need to take that into account when we listen to the advice being offered by people who are within this community. We need an independent counsel that can independently assess the risk of COVID-19, not someone who is actually working within the system. It is, the intelligent people who are capable of doing research, who have research degrees,
Your 3 minutes
have been
is
informing
up.
the
Next,
board.
it looks like I passed up Mary Draper. Is she still on, Matthew? Or I think she might have just wrote hers in and we can just go from that. So.
Ms. Draper is not connected to audio in Zoom, so if you would like to read her comment.
Yeah, it says, I wanted to ask you to please consider bringing up the discussion for scenic combining district at the next BOS meeting. This is affecting several people and was written almost a quarter century ago. That would be Article 34, in addition to the distance of SC. So that was her comment. Next, we have Elaine Zacher. Elaine, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Elaine, come on.
Hello? All right. I'm not hearing anyone, so let's move on to the next person. Phone 1113. State your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. This is Dr. Will Tuttle calling, and I'd like to, actually, that was a really good idea. I think we heard from Julia Bono about an independent commission for everything about this so-called pandemic. And I'd also want to really emphasize two things. One is the mask mandates and so forth in Lake County, that there's a huge amount of evidence that's really pointing directly that wearing face coverings as a prevention of COVID is useless and actually counterproductive in the sense that they don't help and they cause hypoxia, which we've talked about, hypercapnia, long-term brain damage, respiratory damage, many other conditions. They also reduce intelligence in children. This has been, new studies shown that very strongly. The average IQ has gone from 100 down to 78 in young children because of, and since the masking of the population blocks our ability to speak and to have a unique individuality. It's very harmful to a healthy society to have people wearing masks like we're a bunch of bank robbers. I really think we need to question this whole thing and stop, because the evidence is very clear about this. And the other thing I want to emphasize here is to urge moral courage in standing up to the corruption of the financial incentives from the CARES Act, and also to really ask you to please go back to the way you used to do it when the bell rings and it's been 3 minutes, to have the basic human decency to let the person finish their sentence, and then go to the next person. This just completely chopping someone. It's like we're not people. You don't want to hear what we have to say. You're not our representatives. It's like you're our rulers, and you're just giving us a 3-minute thing, and you're not listening, and you don't care about it. When that's really the message we're getting. When you just chop someone like that, that's not in alignment with your oath of office to treat us that way. So I just want to emphasize those main points. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just like to add that every week there's 3 minutes for public input. Every week you have the opportunity to send us a note, like a couple others that do, and they read from it. You know that the 3 minutes is for other people to have the opportunity. Nobody's trying to chop you off or silence you. In fact, we hear you every week, and we receive documents, information that you send to us, and we read through it. So you can portray that we're cutting you off or being whatever, but that's not the case. This is the way it's always been when it comes to this part of government. And when it works for you, I don't hear you complaining. So here we are, and we'll go on to the next person. Elaine Zacher. Oh, she did? Sorry.
I don't think she was able to.
Yeah. Are you still there, Elaine? Can you hear us?
She's able to unmute and mute, but her microphone.
Yeah, her microphone's off. So we will move on to Christina. Christina. State your name for the record, please. You can unmute. If you unmute, you can, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm Christina Robertson, and I just want to add a little bit to the idea that these vaccines, the push for vaccines and the protocol that's used on COVID-19 patients has been incentivized. The early intervention treatments have been suppressed. This is well documented. There's many, they're not fringe doctors. They're being portrayed as fringe doctors, a small fringe group of doctors. They're not. They have treated COVID patients with success early on. This has been suppressed, and people have been allowed to get extremely fearful, and they have been allowed to die, frankly. I'm not saying that's intentional on the hospital's part, but there is something going on with all of this money incentivization. I'm not sure that's a word. But the other thing about the money, think of the billions and billions of dollars that have been invested by a certain percentage of the wealthy, and a certain people they just don't, and the government, the advertising campaigns. I mean, they literally are advertising campaigns. And if you look at them closely, they just look like an advertising campaign. They don't give facts. They just promote use. And, nobody's, just look at the billions that are spent. Nobody wants to lose that money, those people. They don't want to lose their money. They don't think they can afford to lose the money that they've spent investing in this one protocol. And they have a lot of money to make off of this one protocol, vaccinate the world. So that is my 2 cents worth today, and I would like people to think about that. And also, one more thing, think about the injuries. Those people, they have names. You can find them. Maddie DeGray, a 12-year-old, who is now in a wheelchair for life, a healthy 12-year-old. There's a young bicyclist. He's famous. His first name is Kyle. You can find him. He's real. He's a real person. He's injured. He's got the myocarditis that's so common in young people, young men. So I would never let a child have this vaccine. They have healthy immune systems. It is an absolute insanity to give it to a child. But guess what? If it gets on the childhood schedule, the vaccine companies cannot be held liable. And because it's on the emergency.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson. We'll move on, and I think, I'm not sure if Elaine, if you're able, I'll give you one last chance. If not, can you please submit through email if you can't get on this time?
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I just have a couple questions. I'd like to know the amount of federal funds the county is receiving to promote COVID-19 vaccinations, and I'd like to know the amount of federal funds the county is receiving to promote mask mandates. And if you don't have that information readily available, I'll wait till next week. Thank you.
Thank you, and you can actually probably tune in during the budget later on, and that might give you some indication or part of the answer you're looking for. Next, it looks like we have Nikki Hind. Nikki Hind, you have 3 minutes, and go ahead and start.
My name is Nikki Hind. I'm back to continue a conversation that was started last week by my comments regarding Supervisor Crandall's granny being sick with COVID. Well, I stand corrected that it was his mum, not his granny, that was sick. And of course, I do wish her a speedy recovery. But my point remains. This is just anecdotal information, serving to cover the obvious elephant in the room fact that there is no hard data to justify an ongoing medical emergency in this county. The work of a county board is to implement and, as necessary, refine the local application of public policy. Back in March 2020, when the board first ratified the public health officer's declaration of a local health emergency, it is possible to understand why at that time they would choose to simply implement rather than to refine state policy. But now, nearly 2 years later, it's past time the board did some of that refining work and at least engage critically with the health department. It should be obvious that their reports are based on nothing more than fluff, packaged with an alarmist narrative replete with cherry-picked anecdotes. But rather than asking some tough questions, the board silently accepts the health officer's report. Then Supervisor Crandall chimes in with his own prize anecdote. And so the COVID business is concluded. It is sad and pathetic to witness this. Sad to see the board so miserably failing the people of Lake County, and rather pathetic to see a supervisor using his own mother as a propaganda prop. The board's COVID proclamations and mandates are not any other business item. They are limiting on an ongoing basis the natural freedoms of Lake County residents.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hind. We have the rest on an email, so we'll go ahead and read the stuff that you bring forward. And I know you desire to get a response. And bullies most often are people that try to get a response so that when the response happens, they can play victim. And I'm not going to give you that opportunity. We're not going to censor you. We gave you 3 minutes. Thank you for your comments. That's the best thing about this country that many of you keep saying is you get to speak your piece, and that's just the way it is. So thank you for your insight. We look forward to it next week. Next, we will move on. Let's see, it's not 10:30, so we can, should we go back to the 5.10 maybe? Is that the one, Supervisor Sabatier, that you wanted to cover?
Up to you, Chair. I do see that Director De Leon is here on Zoom.
All right, so we'll go on to that one briefly, or just to cover it. It's 5.10, approve plans and specifications for the Middletown Multi-Use Path Project, bid number 22-05, state project number ATPL 5914. parentheses 102, and I'll give it to Mr. De Leon, or Director De Leon, sorry about that. If you have anything to add, or Supervisor Sabatier, if you wanted to start with.
Sure, that way we can go ahead and focus the conversation. Thank you. I know that this project has been in the works for probably, I want to say at minimum 3 years, maybe 4 years. I know it started over at the APC committee, and then eventually, once that was concluded, it was brought down to the county to continue on the work, to get the CEQA done, and to get the planning stuff done. I think it's an amazing project, and I did not want to let this one slide through without making it public, and I was just wondering if Director De Leon can at least provide some details for the public as to where this is located, what it's for. I think this is the type of project that I would love to see happen in other areas of the county as well, and this will be a good, hopefully a pilot showing of what we can do to provide greater amenities for moving around and being able to enjoy our environment.
All right.
Sure. Let me get to a little map here of the community. Basically, this is actually pretty unique project in that it is taking a trail that kind of had been created through time, you know, just from folks using it, and we're making some improvements to it and making it safer. And the project basically begins at Pine Street in Middletown, which is a small county maintained road that parallels Highway 29 and dead ends at a cul-de-sac. And the trail will extend from the end of Pine Street along the state highway right-of-way, and adjacent to Highway 29, there's a pretty wide right-of-way through there. It will extend past Dry Creek cutoff and end near the Twin Pine Casino. The path is a combination equestrian and pedestrian path. It'll have a paved portion for the pedestrians and bicyclists, and then a gravel path that will be separated and off a little distance from the paved path for equestrians. And again, it will follow closely the alignment of a path that's been created just over time by use. I mentioned it's an interesting project in that it's a kind of a joint effort between the county and Caltrans. The trail is in Caltrans right-of-way, which is pretty unique. I've worked with Caltrans for a long time, and being a transportation guy myself, putting amenities like that that you have to maintain in your right-of-way is generally something that we don't like to do, but Caltrans has been a great partner in this, and they will be performing the maintenance on it in the future after it's constructed. Supervisor Sabatier mentioned that this was done through the APC, and the Public Works Department agreed to perform all the engineering and the development of the plans and specifications. And so we're proud to have played a role in the development of the project. And I'll be happy to try to answer any other questions. If folks want to contact our department, probably the best way to just give us a call at 707-263-2341. And if they'd like to see a set of plans, we can have a PDF and we can email that. I will also ask staff to put it up on our Facebook page, and perhaps we can put a link to the PDF of those plans so folks can take a look at that. So we'll put that out on our Facebook page and get a link to folks.
Thank you.
I'll happy to answer any other questions.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you so much for that description. Again, I think this is a fabulous project. It's kind of an organic trail that the community decided I want to use it as a pathway, and we've expanded on that by making it amenable for other uses, for multi-use, and I appreciate that. One of the things that popped in my mind, I was looking through the blueprint. There seems to be a wall that separates the highway and the trail. Am I correct in reading that appropriately?
I don't know if it's a wall. I think we're putting a guardrail there.
It seemed to be like a small, so it could have been a guardrail, yeah. It wasn't like a tall wall that you can't see the highway anymore.
Right.
That maybe was not the correct use of words. And one of the things that came to mind when I was looking at this project is the new Caltrans funding for Clean California. I'm just curious if that's possible that in the near future there can be ways to pretty it up by adding more art, by adding more attractive portions to the trail by using the Clean California grant.
We've actually been contacted by some community members with that very question, and you know, our focus is to develop the plans and specs for this project and get it delivered. Certainly Caltrans would be the agency that would be approving any additions or modifications to the completed project for any beautification. I know that the community member that I spoke with had some pretty grand ideas as far as shade structures, art, planting of trees, etc., for you know, the beautification of that facility. So you know, that's kind of already being kicked around, and you know, if there's anything that we can do, Public Works can do to help support that, it will be something that the Caltrans will have to approve. But I think it's certainly a candidate.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, I'm so excited for this project and grateful for the update. When I was in high school, I used to run that trail for cross country, and there's not a lot of places for kids to safely run. In our towns, we don't have an extensive trail system, which is one of my top priorities. So I'm just so excited for this. I think it's just going to be wonderful. You know, I love watching the kids ride their horses and talk on their cell phones at the same time. So it's going to be just a wonderful improvement for Middletown, and I wish Supervisor Simon was here to participate. Because I know this is an important project for him too.
All right, is there anyone from the public that would like to add comment to this, or if not, I don't see anybody in the chambers and I don't see anybody online, so we'll bring it back.
One last comment. Thank you, Director De Leon, for letting me put you on the hot seat. I did not ask him until just earlier if he could provide some updates.
No problem.
All right. So I think...
Mr. Chair, I move to approve plans and specifications for the Middletown Multi-Use Path Project, bid number 22-05, state project number ATPL-5914, in parentheses 102.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Johanna, please conduct the roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall?
Aye. CEO Hutchinson, you had something?
I had something for the next item.
Oh, okay.
Complete.
Okay. Yep, so it looks like that passes. Thank you. CEO Hutchinson?
Yes, so Mr. Chair, I just wanted to call to your attention that Corey Pollich from the Sheriff's Department is here for 511, if you wanted to take that up. And then we also have stakeholders present in the Zoom with you for 7.4.
Okay, excellent. We will go on to 5.11 and then do 7.4 right after. So 5.11, approve letter of agreement between the Lake County Sheriff's Office and the Drug Enforcement Administration of the United States Department of Justice in the amount of $195,000 for this period, October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022, and authorize sheriff to sign the agreement and authorize the chairman to sign workplace certifications and grant assurances. And
good morning.
Morning, Lieutenant Pollock. Well, someone from the chambers had pulled this item to discuss something. If you wanted to give a brief, just discussion or start the brief discussion on this, and then I'll ask the citizen to come up and speak on behalf of what they pulled it for.
Absolutely. So this is our DEA grant that we've been using over 20 years. We received funding from the DEA to assist with investigating and eradicating large-scale illicit marijuana grow operations on public and private lands. We use it to fund helicopter time, where we rent helicopters to try and locate these illicit marijuana grows, as well as overtime for our employees who are investigating these grows, and equipment used for the investigation of these grows.
Thank you. And so, Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I just have a question, and thank you very much for that summary there. The $195,000, would you be able to describe, because that's such a small drop in the bucket for an entire operation, especially year-round. Can you provide at least some idea of how much that $195, what does that provide for us?
A lot of it goes towards our helicopter time. Helicopters are very expensive, around $2,000 an hour for flight time. So generally gets 20, 30 hours of flight time out of that during the season. And then we use it for overtime for our personnel that are out in the field. We have 2 people assigned to our marijuana unit right now, but it takes a lot more than that to go out in the field. So we have to do that on an overtime basis. So we have 3 or 4 people on overtime, and we have to go out and eradicate these marijuana grows. And then there's some equipment that goes with it that we buy with the clothing that they have to wear out in the field, and vests that they use while they're working out in the field, and tools.
Thank you very much.
All right. Any other comments from the board? I'll open up to the public. Did you want to make a statement about why you would desire to pull this item?
Yes, my name is Skyla Lewa, and as I was reading the agreement from the United States Department of Drug Enforcement Agency, I would like to point out that on item 2, you say that marijuana is being cultivated on federal, including federally recognized tribal lands. And then it goes on to say that you guys will only enact on it if it follows under option 1 or option 2. So you just said that you're using this grant money for public and private lands, but the paperwork is showing federal tribal land. So I'd like to point out that you made an error there. And I would also like to point out that the Lake County Sheriff's Department recently last year received a grant and went into
we need you to have the mask on for
a grant thing with Sonoma County Helicopter, where you guys got grant money from the county to get helicopters, and you guys were already going to be paying $55 an hour for your sheriffs to go out and eradicate. So why are you guys getting 2 different grants? I would just like to point that out, because that did come before the board last year.
There's not 2 grants. It may have been the same grant that comes before the board every year. But
no, it's a different grant where you guys got a grant and partnered with a helicopter company out of Santa Rosa for triple digits.
What I believe that was is we have to bring our contracts every year to the board to utilize those helicopters. So those come separately from this grant. So every
but you guys are still going to be utilizing
can we let him finish?
That grant
let him finish,
for that
and then you'll
helicopter.
We need to have a little more order in that.
I'm sorry. So basically, those contracts, we use 2 different companies that we use for this helicopter service. And so those contracts come before the board every year for approval up to a certain amount that we're allowed to spend during this period. And that what is approved is paid out of this grant.
So that grant that you guys partnered with Sonoma County, you guys also said that the sheriffs are going to be getting paid $55 an hour to go out to the federal lands to eradicate the marijuana. So why would there be another grant that has $55 an hour, but now there's another grant and you're saying that money from this grant is going to be paid to those? That's why I'm saying there's 2 different grants and they're both being utilized for the same thing.
I'm not familiar with the grant, the other grant that you're speaking about. I'm sorry.
I would suggest for you to do your Board of Supervisors research and search for that because that was public information and I would not be speaking about it if it was not information that was readily available to me as a citizen.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Meiska.
Can I just ask what your concern is for this? Because as Supervisor Sabatier brought up, this is a really expensive task that we have. And I think maybe we're looking at 2 different fiscal years. That could be a possibility too if you're talking about something from last year.
But it did fall into this year too.
Yeah. So I just want to, rather than try and pick apart and figure out, which grant is which, what is your major concern? Do you not
My
want this?
major concern is that I was pointing it out, that there were 2 different grants, and then my other concern is that did the Lake County Sheriff's Department go and talk with the tribal leaders about going onto their land, because now you guys are violating sovereign rights.
Okay.
And
So
sovereign
Skylar,
people don't have to adhere to
We
county
really
or
need
state
to
law.
have a little more order. We do. We just have to let one person talk and you talk. I understand you're ready to answer, but we have to be able to communicate to get to the bottom of this.
So it sounds like your concern is
Rights are going to be violated, yes.
You can't speak over me like that here. You can't. We have to have a little order. So it sounds like your concern is for the tribal nations, and this grant would be applicable to that land, and you want to make sure that there's permission, that there's
Yes.
communication happening.
Yes.
And that seems to be the biggest point here.
Yes, but I'm also allowed to point out that there were 2 different grants that I'm bringing to the board's attention for further research.
And it could be 2 fiscal years. It could be that.
Could be,
We are in the
but it would be great if there would be some
All right.
research done. Thank you.
So Lieutenant Pollock, you have anything to add to this?
Just to address the tribal land issue, we do work with the tribal leaders and would not violate any of their sovereignty regarding that.
Right, and in this situation, I just wanted to see if this, if Public Law 280 applies to tribal lands when it comes to anything like this, especially with the Drug Enforcement Administration.
I would say it's a very gray area and something that we are still working through and working with the tribal leaders to figure that part out.
Yes, if you could say one last thing, and if we converse, please let the other person talk, or we'll have to stop from here forward.
I would also like to know what would be constituted as a large quality cannabis grow that's being grown, because the California state law just said that it was 6 plants that people are allowed to grow, and that would be the same for tribal members too, depending on that tribal ordinance. But if those tribal members are allowed to grow 6 plants, are you going to be going after anybody that's over 7 plants?
No.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier, you had your pen up. I didn't notice it, sorry.
Oh, no worries at all. I would suggest that the same process we take with private properties who also have rights are the same processes that we take with tribal land, that we don't have the right to just go on a property. There is the potential for summary abatements when there is an actual danger in the area. A plant is not considered a danger. But at the same time, there's a process that we have to go through. That's a warrant from a judge or permission from tribal to be able to go there. And so even though it says private property, it doesn't have all the exact processes of how we go about to go on private property. Similarly, that it doesn't describe the exact process on how it is that this grant can be utilized when going on tribal land. There is a process that we have to go through, or else we find ourselves in hot water if we don't follow those processes, which we do. The other part is this is for uses that can be used internally. This can help pay for our helicopter time. I know that we have Sergeant Keithley, who is continuously up in the air and seeing what's out there. And the other one was specifically for another helicopter in order to have more time in the air and the more capability to see what's going on. So it may intersect, but it's 2 separate grants and not not two of the same grants being done simultaneously in the same year. I remember I think we have more than one external grant with helicopters. I think we might have had two, if I remember correctly, other than this one that we get DEA funding specifically for our sheriff's unit to eradicate cannabis, especially on federal land and state land and things like that.
That's correct.
Okay, and I didn't close public input, so if you would come up and state your name for the record, and let's stick to the 3 minutes, and we'll try not to do a back and forth.
I'm not very good. My name is Justin Quayle. No, I always question, hopefully that they're not coming in like they used to. I ran from them in the woods. I got chased by them with guns. So hopefully you guys do it in a more peaceful way than just running up and saying, get on the ground, and not even telling you're cops or anything, just people running out of the woods, because we also have that situation with cartel. So hopefully you're going after the cartel people that are actually running around in the woods with guns, and not people that are just growing to make it.
Thank you, Justin.
Again, we have processes that we have to follow and abide to by the law, and I'm not sure if comparing our sheriff's department to cartel type actions is the right comparison to make.
It'd be very clear we're law enforcement.
Okay. It looks like we have one person raising their hand in the Zoom room. Sean Connell, if you can unmute and state your name for the record and keep it to 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Sean Connell. I just have a few questions, and then I'll wait for response. I understand this is a $200,000 additional grant from the DEA, something the Lake County Sheriff's Office has been signing on for at least the last 20 years, as stated by the lieutenant. I just want to know, a few questions. How many actions does this actually cover for the Lake County Sheriff's Office? I understand it really covers their overtime and purchases of needs for equipment. And then out of those actions that are actually done at Lake County, how many turn into convictions? How many times is Lake County Sheriff's Office been present on legal applicant state regulated cannabis farms? And then lastly, are these actions that this grant is going to cover, is this stuff that the Lake County Sheriff's Office brings and then records and basically uses a line item receipt to cover the cost at $200,000? Or is this an actual jurisdictional, can't think of the word, compromise, where this Lake County Sheriff's Office is going to be subset to the DEA, and the DEA is going to be the leading force action. With that, I will look for your answers, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And from there, I'll close public input and let you go ahead and answer Lieutenant Pollock.
So the DEA just provides support and funding. They are not the lead agency. We are the lead agency investigating these types of operations. We probably investigate 100 to 150 cases with this money. I don't know how many lead to conviction. I don't have those stats. That would be a question from the DA's office, but that's where the funding is used for. And sorry, I didn't write down all your questions, but it is solely to support the Sheriff's Office with funding, and so that we can have the right equipment to do these operations. We wouldn't be able to fund these with the county.
Right, those were the questions he had. You answered them. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Does anybody have anything else to add to this?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the letter of agreement between the Lake County Sheriff's Office and Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA of the United States, Department of Justice, the DOJ, in the amount of $195,000 for the period of October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022. And B, authorize the sheriff to sign the agreement, and C, authorize the chair to sign the workplace certifications and grant assurances.
So I have a motion and a second. And real quick, I just wanted to ask County Council, did we cover the area of where the citizen discussed the federal reservations or something like that? I think the citizen discussed that the sheriff's department was doing work on would possibly be doing work on tribal lands, but that was remedied. We had the answer for that, right? Or yeah.
If your board is satisfied, I believe what you were told by the sheriff's office is they work in collaboration and cooperation with the tribal nations.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was stated again so we can, so I hope that helps with the remedy of that. So we have a motion and a second. Joanna, please conduct the roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, and we said 7.4.
4.
Okay.
4.
It looks like I'll be passing the gavel over to Vice Chair Scott for this item.
And we'll wait for you to go.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and just read the item while Supervisor Crandall is leaving. So 7.4.
Okay.
I need to wait. 7.4, this is continued from December 14th, 2021. This is a discussion and consideration of board action in response to a gate on a public roadway. This is a review, and I know this was brought to us last time, and we wanted to postpone this to be able to go back and look at the discussion we had previous, because there were some questions raised if people were given the proper time to speak, and if agreements were actually made at that time. I know myself, I went back and was able to review that video, and I believe that there was proper time allowed, and that there were agreements made. So here we are to talk about reviewing. So I'm handing it over to County Council.
Well, yes, Director De Leon also
Okay.
has a report for your board. You had asked him to go visit the site.
So we'll go
Yes.
to Director.
I'm sorry, he is available with his PowerPoint, and Lloyd Guintovano from my office is here for further board questions.
Okay, so Director De Leon.
Good morning. I'd like to share my screen, please. And hoping everyone can see that.
Yes.
Great. What I'd like to do this morning is just go through the summary of the issues and a summary of my findings as a result of the site visit that I made at your request. Some things that I'd like to point out, and this was discussed in the meeting or the previous meeting. These are Streets and Highways Code, Section 1486, and I'm not going to read that, but it allows gates to be installed on public road with the board's approval. Section 966 allows, again, for you to provide for the erection and maintenance of a gate, and then it specifies that you can prescribe rules and regulations relating to that gate, and it says specifically that the person whose immediate benefit for the gates are erected or maintained shall, in all cases, bear the expenses of the erection and maintenance of the gate. Sorry about that. There we go. There was a question at the last meeting, how long we've been dealing with this. And so I thought I would give you a summary of that. In December of 2015, the Board of Supervisors considered the gate and concluded that though they understood and appreciated the concerns that were raised by Robinson Rancheria at the time, the board suggested additional discussions to reach a solution that would be agreeable to all, but that in the interim, the gate had to remain open. In May of 2021, following a request by Robinson Rancheria to place locks on the gate, your board considered that request and granted it with the condition that it be upgraded to an automated gate with a clicker opener, and your board requested a review after 6 months in order to evaluate the progress. In December of 2021, your board performed that 6-month review and learned that no changes had been made to the gate. And as you've just stated, there were questions raised about the terms and conditions of your approval of the gate. and your board requested a site visit by me prior to this meeting that was scheduled at that time. I made a site visit on January 18th and met with representatives from Robinson, and then I did a follow-up visit on January 28th, and the photographs that follow were the result of pictures that I took during those site visits. Before I get to the pictures, I want to just briefly show you the overall plan view of Foothill Oaks Drive. It begins down here near the Upper Lake Lucerne Road and is highlighted in green and continues to where it intersects the road here within the Robinson Rancheria area. This area that is highlighted with the black parcel lines are the lands that are owned by Mr. Sabaloni, and they were subject of a parcel map in 1988. And the area that is shaded in this bluish color are lands of Robinson Rancheria. The gate is located here, indicated by this red circle. Go to the next slide. These are photos that I took. This is Foothill Oaks Drive facing north near the Robinson Rancheria Casino. It is here on the left. The Sabaloni property is here on the right. This is turned around. I'm facing south now on Foothill Oaks Drive. This is near the Robinson's Recycling Center. I circled this area here. This is the driveway that Mr. Sabaloni currently uses, and he exits onto Foothill Oaks at this location. Continuing northward on Foothill Oaks, this is a drive approach that goes into the Robinson Rancheria Casino parking lot, and so there's access into the parking lot off of Foothill Oaks. This is at the Foothill Oaks Drive facing north where the gate is currently located. This property on the left is private property. The property on the right is Robinson Rancheria property. The same gate now facing south, and again, Robinson Rancheria property on the left, private property on the right, and the gate. Another photo from the gate, again, Robinson Rancheria property on the left. This road's called Mountain View Road. It's at the intersection where the gate is located. This is all Robinson Rancheria property, and they have a gate here on that private road, and then you can see this chain across a little preventing access on this road here. And again, another view of the Robinson Rancheria property. This, as I understood it, was some of the, and I'll ask the chairman of Rancheria if I've got this mistaken, but I believe these were the dancing grounds, the area where they conducted ceremonies. So this was important land to them here next to the gate. And then finally, Foothill Oaks Drive facing south. This is at the intersection with Upper Lake Lucerne Road. During your previous meeting, one of the things that your board asked for, or actually County Council had offered, was that I would make a site visit and come back with available options. So I've added a slide to this presentation to give your board the three available options as I see it. These have been reviewed by County Council, so I believe we're giving you as the available options here. And I'll go through those. The option number one would be to allow the gate to remain in place as it currently exists with the following conditions. Robinson Rancheria is responsible for all costs associated with the maintenance and repair of the gate, and Robinson Rancheria shall be required to either provide keys to property owners who have property adjacent to Foothill Oaks Drive, or allow the placement of additional locks supplied by those property owners. Option, that's basically leave the gate as it is right now and either provide keys to the property owners or allow them to place gates on the daisy chain that's been created at the gate, so the property owners would have their own personal locks. Option 2 would allow the gate to remain in place with the following conditions. Robinson Rancheria shall upgrade the gate with an automatic opening system. Robinson Rancheria shall provide property owners who have property adjacent to Foothill Oaks with opening devices, clickers is what we've referred to those, for the operation of the gate from within their vehicle. And Robinson Rancheria is responsible for all costs associated with upgrade, maintenance, and repair of the gate. Option number 2 is basically the decision that you made in May of 2021. Option number 3 is to deny the placement of a gate across a public road and direct that Robinson Rancheria remove the gate within a prescribed time frame, along with the direction to the road commissioner to remove the gate if Robinson fails to comply with your decision. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions if your board has them. And that concludes my report.
So is there any questions from the supervisors on this item, or do we wish to have the Chairman Cromwell speak at this time?
I'd like to know if there's been, I know there was some, I know there was some indication that there had not been enough time to speak with tribal council. I'd like to see if there's an update on that and see if there's been any kind of decision of what is deemed acceptable or what's the flexibility that Chairman Cromwell has been given.
Okay, so Chairman Cromwell, if you want to go ahead and speak on that.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and talk about the safety of our community. I'm grateful for that. The Council of Robinson Rancheria is interested definitely in what Mr. De Leon put out as Section 1. That is providing keys for everyone to be able to make one property owner happy by us financially finding electricity out there or building something out there or maintaining something. That's not feasible or that's not wished for our council to do. But as is, we do fix the gate, we do fix the locks, we do have to replace them all the time. They are damaged, so we have always kept the responsibility and maintenance of it. So number 1 is what our wish is as a council, as a tribe. I do wish there were property owners alongside of the road besides Mr. Sabalone that could have been asked, or do they have a problem with this? Do they have a problem with the key system? Or is it just one person that's trying to make this situation come about? And what you would hear is that every single property owner along Foothill Oaks Drive is fine with it because we don't want that safety, or the lack of safety of people just being able to drive through our community any way they want. So just hopefully I answered your question. We are interested in option 1, but thank you for your time.
And then my further question is, I know there's been some comments about what is the issue and why is the need for the gate, and I know that illegal dumping has been one of them, and I'm just wondering if you can kind of provide that perspective.
Yeah, thank you.
Just to make sure that as we look at a solution that we're aiming for what is the problem.
The biggest problem is that it's an unsecured highway road system off the highway. So people from Nice can go into the roundabout and come out at Upper Lake Lucerne Road at any rate of speed they want, and they have. They can carry anything they want. They could do anything on our property because we are up against that road all along that property, as you saw in that one map. So really, it is security that people cannot just drive through there because they want to, or they wish to, at any rated speed they want, at any time. That has been our biggest safety hazard. Mr. De Leon did see, how when he was on our visit, how kids walk up and down that road. That's our children walking home from the school bus. That's our community members walking to the recycle center, to the casino. It's about securing that patch of land or roadway so that we're secure as a community. And I think that's kind of what I really wanted to say most about it being safety. But we have opened it up for car accidents and fires and stuff like that. We get our maintenance team out there to know that this is a way to safety valve so people aren't like bunching up on the highway. So we've done that because we are a community member here. So it's not just we got to keep it closed forever. It is, hey, we are considerate about the scenarios and the situations in which we need to be a community member. But for the most part, we just want the board to recognize that this is a safety hazard to have just a road that anybody could travel on and nobody could be stopped on and nobody could be asked what they're doing and they could do whatever they want next to our property and our community property, the ones that live next to us. So thank you.
Supervisor Pyska?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you speak to the preservation of your sacred sites as well? I know that came up last time.
Yeah, thank you. So we do have in that intersection, we do have one of the gates that is to our dance grounds, and that dance grounds are important to us, obviously for our ceremonies. But we wanted something that wasn't right next to our community where people can just go and do what they want. They could just walk over there. So we really hold that land sacred for these ceremonies, and we take care of it. And it's always manicured and it's always taken care of and hopefully secured. But we do have the fear that people can just go over there. And we are going to put up a more substantial gate that's in the works right now, just like the other one, so that it could have more of a ceremonial representation than just a chain link. But for us, that's where we go for our ceremonies, our morning ceremonies, and our spiritual gatherings. So thank you for asking.
Anything further from the supervisors before I opened up to public? Supervisor Spatier?
And I'll just, I'll be frank. I think securing property is definitely important. I'm not going to belittle that at all. What's strange is you can access any of those properties from either way on that road. The properties are accessible anywhere around that road. You just can't go through the gate. So I don't know how that gate specifically helps to secure properties any better. It's absolutely accessible from any direction. You just can't go all the way through. So I don't know that the argument of security, there's nothing that stops vehicles from going there if they want to. It just stops them from going through. I have, over the course of being involved in this conversation, and I'm sure that Chairman Cromwell can hopefully empathize, is there has been direction given and direction not taken. And that is a little frustrating because we deal with that often. And unfortunately, we struggle with dealing with our community when we need to do the things that we're asking to get done, whether that's taking down a barrier or whether that's asking for somebody to clean up their yards. And that's the part that I struggle with the ongoing conversation when, I believe, if I remember correctly, this has been going on since 2015 with a request and no action, coming back to us in 2020, another request and no action, or maybe that was 2021, and here we are still having that discussion. So I hope that we could figure out a way. In my mind, the gate doesn't change much in what potential actions could occur there. I'd like to take it a step further, and I know that this one's going to burn Director De Leon's ears. We have issues in roadways. I mean, I think that's the problem that we're really discussing here is our roadways are out of sight. I know I deal with Supervisor Crandall all the time. Sulphur Bank Road is a perfect example of an out of sight road that people just destroy constantly. And to me, the answer is not blocking the road. The answer is, how do we stop people from doing bad things in these areas so that your properties can feel and be secured? And I don't feel the gate does that because, again, from any direction on Foothill Road, somebody can reach the gate and damage or violate your properties in some way, shape, or form, which I don't want for anybody, any property. And so I think we have to really think about what can we do that is within our realm of securing our land here in Lake County. Whether that, I know we put up all these new cameras, but those cameras, they're useful for criminals. They're not useful for other type of activities that is hard to see and find because they're only looking through a database of license plates that we know of because they're stolen vehicles. And so, yes, that would be useful if somebody was using a stolen vehicle to commit something heinous on those properties, but if it's damaging your property, if it's vandalism, if it's illegal dumping, those cameras are useless. And I really feel, and I've had some further conversations with the same camera company, Flock Systems, on how to deal with these types of things. And I really believe that as Lake County, we know that the out of sight, out of mind is where the bad things happen. And so I completely understand the perspective of Robinson Ranch area wanting to secure, but to me that we have to go above and beyond that. It's a road. It's meant as a, it's great that you want to open the gate, but during an emergency, seconds really matter. And while I think you have every intention to be there as quickly as possible to open it up, I watched the cache fire go through. People were attempting to save lives faster than they could even try to attempt to do anything about the fire. And we can have some very scary moments where Highway 20 could be blocked off and Foothill Road is completely blocked off as well until somebody gets there. And I think that the purpose of a roadway is to be a roadway unless it's a private road or a driveway. And that is not the case. So I struggle to set the precedence of saying, yes, you can keep the gate, but I'm also second guessing last time's conversation of a gate that can open because, again, that's only useful for the people that live in the area. When there's an emergency, it needs to be useful for all. This is a public roadway, not a private road or a driveway. So I'm really thinking we need to expand further. How do we secure this road? That's the question I'd like to ask today, because I think that's the direction we need to go. The things that happened that you are worried about are things that should never happen to anybody's property, let alone yours. And I think that we really need to have a serious conversation on how we can prohibit that from happening there and in other areas in the county. And I know it's a scary thought because there's a lot of areas that are out of sight, out of mind. But at the same time, I think we need to do our part to reduce the kind of vandalism that we're seeing when we're trying to drive around and enjoy where we live. So I'll get off my soapbox.
And I think you've really opened up a larger conversation that we need to be having, and I think we need to bring it back to what we're talking about here today. And I know you used the word that we gave a request, we gave direction at the last meeting, but I actually think it went more than that. It was going back and looking at the May meeting, it was an agreement that we made as the board with the tribal nation about what was going to happen and the time frame that was going to happen and coming back for a review. So going back and looking at that, the agreement was that a gate was going to be put in with a clicker in it. And the reason why it was brought back was to review to see if that happened. Right now, I'm at the point where we need to stick with our agreement that we originally had in May, our agreement here, with this board sitting in May, that to put a gate with a clicker in, and if that doesn't happen within a certain amount of time, then direct Director De Leon to have his department take the gate down. So that's where I'm at after going back and looking at that. Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, that's where I am too. I know, Chairman Cromwell, you spoke about the cost. I think last time we talked about this, weren't you bringing up the cost was prohibitive or something along those lines? So you were having a hard time getting a quote. And I think for safety, for an emergency, a clicker is the best option because it's fast and all the property owners should have that clicker. I think that's why we went in that direction. You can have them installed with a little solar panel so that there's you don't have to bring the power there. But that's where I am too. And can you speak to where you went with getting that that bid for that clicker or the automatic opening system?
Yeah, we don't have a problem getting a bid at all. In fact, we probably have one, if not two. I just want to reiterate, in May when we talked and we did this agreement, being a chairman does not give me the right to spend tribal funds or tribal money because I'm on a board of a supervisor dialogue like this. I have to take it back to my council. And then the council will say yes or no. So I did speak in a way of like, yeah, I want to make an agreement to make this work in May. Going back to my council, they were not interested in paying for something like this, but we did get quotes, so I do have quotes. So just want to reiterate that, not that there was an agreement that I didn't say those things, but going back to my council, and that's why I waited the 6 or 7 months for me to come back in December to say, we're not going to go forward with paying for something out of our pocket. So just wanted to reiterate that.
Supervisor Pyska? Or?
Well, my pen's still up. I mean, I understand and I appreciate that you've clarified for us that you don't speak for the council, that you're a representative of the council and you have to have, the council has to agree. So if how can we get into an agreement with the council so that we can move forward with what we brought to you last May? And I think we need to not wait for a 6-month review, but to make this happen very quickly because we were all, maybe we didn't quite understand that you couldn't speak for the council back in May, and we need to move forward with this.
I know on our side, we meet tomorrow as a council, and this is an agenda item every single week, as long as there's updates and new things like this. So we will have this conversation tomorrow on what direction we will go. I can have an answer in our minutes by Thursday of what decision our board goes with.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I would like to disagree on the strategy. This is a county road. There is a gate across a county road. If we make a decision today, that is the decision. There's no waiting for a reciprocal conversation to occur. That is a decision we are making for a county road. So
But aren't we entering into a contract where they're going to agree to the maintenance?
Well, if they don't, then the gate that gets taken down. I mean, that's the way that I see it is
right.
We would love for the council to figure out how they're going to make the gate work, but if they can't, the gate that gets taken down. I don't think that there's a back and forth on the decision we're making today. The decision is we've been waiting for this to happen on this county road since 2015, and the decision is on a county road that we are liable for, and I think that's the way it needs to work.
Right, but we need to, I mean, we are where we are. So we can get the response from the council. Are they going to move forward with what we have laid out? And if they're not, then the gate gets removed.
That I agree.
I agree with that also. Carol?
I just wanted to call to your attention that Brian Momsen is in Zoom and has had his hand up for a while.
Brian?
Thank you, commissioners. I'll be brief. You've covered a lot of what I was going to say, but just as a matter of procedure, there was a hearing and a vote, or whatever you want to call it, in May, and there wasn't any condition that Chairman Cromwell had to go back to his government and get further approval at that meeting. If you look at the video of that, and certainly between now and the last meeting in December, that should have happened. I mean, it's been 7 months now when we had this agreement and we went through all that. It's difficult for elderly people like my client, Mr. Sabaloni, to get out of the vehicle and unlock the gate with a key in the heat or the rain. And we reached this clicker compromise, and they really haven't done anything to follow through with that. I thought from the December meeting that what was going to happen was the board was going to go back and look at the video of May to see what was agreed on, and the road commissioner, Mr. De Leon, was going to go out to the site to address a safety concern. I didn't see anything. His report was very thorough, and I appreciated the visuals, but there wasn't anything in the report about a safety concern. The gate is nowhere near this bus stop. And I agree with Supervisor Sabatier that there's no need to reach an agreement with the tribe. It's a county road. There's a lock gate over county road that's been ordered to be left open since 2015. It's been locked now for 2 years through 2 fire seasons. And let's also not forget that Mr. Sabaloni has an approved subdivision, which Foothill Oaks Drive was going to be an exit for. So what we would ask for is a firm timeline with deadlines when the gate will be removed unless certain actions take place. Like, no more let's meet again and talk about it. Either have it removed now, or say this clicker compromise has to be implemented at their expense. The code section is clear on that within 2 or 3 weeks, or else removal is ordered and there will be fines and penalties if that doesn't happen, or that the county can remove the gate and seek reimbursement of its costs. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to continue public comment. Is there any other public comment on this item? I'm going to look in the Zoom room first. Seeing no hands, then I'm going to come to the boardroom. Is there anybody in the boardroom wishing to add public comment or questions on this item? Seeing none, then I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier?
And I think that 2 to 3 weeks is a little bit way too short of a time. I have been told that tribal government works faster than other governments, but at the same time, we need to be realistic for contractors and for materials. We all know that that's not exactly, we're not 2019. We've all had the struggle with finding staffing. We've all had the struggles with getting orders coming in. So I'd like to give them an adequate amount of time. I'm okay with waiting anywhere between 3 to 6 months, but at the same time, I think it needs to be the final time that we have, that we discuss this and we give the direction of what we're doing. But I think it needs to be adequate time so that they don't end up in the middle of doing something. It's just, I don't know, I don't want to be unrealistic in the timeline.
Supervisor Pyska?
Chairman Cromwell, would you be able to give, if this is brought up at your meeting tomorrow, is it tomorrow?
Yeah.
Would you be able to come back next week and let us know how you intend to proceed? And then if you want to have, if you intend to have the clicker installed, I would like to see it installed May 1st, which is, typically our fire season starts July 1st, but with the conditions we have now, I think May 1st would be appropriate.
Yeah, next week.
So you can come back and let
next week. Yeah. Next week I could come back to this setting and let you know the desire of the council.
Well, I
Not a
don't know
problem.
that we have to come back to the meeting, but you could let let
Okay.
let Public Works know, send a letter to Scott, Director De Leon, let him know what your intention is, and then we can move forward. We don't have to have it in the meeting, and then we can, I mean, I'm putting May 1st out there as a deadline for the gate for the installation. We can work on that if anyone has different ideas.
We would have to come to an agreement today, then, if we're not bringing it back to the board, of what we would like to see, and if we don't see that, what action we want to see after that. So you're looking to have the clicker installed by May 1st, and for me, it's, have it done by May 1st, or come back and show us that you are in a contract with somebody to get that work done, because it is hard to find contractors to do work here. And then if it's not done by May 1st, have the gate taken down.
Unless there's good faith work, that's, an effort that's being shown. But next week, we get the commitment of which way they want to go. By May 1st, the issue should be resolved one way or the other.
Anita?
Unless.
Thank you. I think since you're talking about making further orders today, and your board members are right, you've already made orders from the previous hearing. If what you now want to do is reaffirm that order and provide a time frame, I think you should give it and the conditions. For example, you can say that the gate has to, the clickers have to be, system has to be implemented by X date, or substantial progress has to be made, and you can leave that, if you like, to the road commissioner to assist you with determining. If neither of those conditions exist by whatever date your board determines, then the gate comes down, or which is an action by the road commissioner, as Scott DeLeon's pointed out. So I'd encourage you to couch it so that this doesn't have to come back innumerable times to determine what you meant.
So if I could, should we do that in motion form then, since we're reaffirming? Yes.
I think you can have a motion to reaffirm your earlier order with regard to the clicker system, and to further order that that system must be in place on the road in question by the tribal nation no later than X date, or that substantial progress has been made. And if substantial progress has been made, perhaps Scott DeLeon can give you some idea of what form that would take, so you understand that you're all on the same page as far as that phrase.
And then if we're also letting Chairman Cromwell go back to his board to see if they agree with that, should we have another stipulation saying if they don't agree with this, then the gate comes down?
I think you can certainly say if the tribal nation refuses to comply and or has not complied by the date provided by your board, the gate would come down.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
So just to complicate things, I think that as soon as we hear that the gate's not going to be updated into a clicker, or if the date has passed without substantial progress, I would like to give a deadline for our Public Works Director that within 15 to 20 days, let's say 30 days, that the gate comes down. If we're talking about emergency use for fires, we also don't want to get to that gate at a much later time. We want to get to that ASAP. So I just want to make sure and add that in. Amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's what I was trying to say, but you said it much clearer.
All right. I will take a stab at this. I move that, how did you start it, Anita? That was.
I think what you can do is you can.
Microphone, I don't think you're, are you on?
I think you can make a motion to reaffirm your prior order.
I make a motion that we reaffirm our prior order to have an automatic gate installed by Robinson Rancheria, to be maintained by Robinson Rancheria, and clickers provided to the property owners, and
Fire safety personnel, perhaps?
And fire safety.
First responders.
First responders.
No later.
No later, well, the gate and the system, the automatic system should be installed by May 1st. A commitment to the Public Works Department by Robinson Rancheria should be made within 2 weeks from today, which way they want to go forward. And if Robinson declines to install the gate, then Public Works will remove the gate by May 1st. Is that, am I missing?
Within 30 days.
Within 30 days of that declination.
Did you want to say anything about substantial progress, which could be defined as the tribe having evidence of a contract having been entered with a projected date for completion? So at least you have something concrete.
As amended.
Okay, I have a very messy motion,
We got this. Second.
and I have a second. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Thank you.
And then with that, we will go get Supervisor Crandall and then get to our 10:30 item. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Looks like we're ready to continue the meeting from our break. And we're going to move on to item 6.2, our 1030 item, consideration of acceptance of the December 31st, 2021 report of Lake County pooled investments. And Supervisor Sabatier, if you would like to go ahead and...
So I'm not going to take too long. I just want to summarize the fact that this is our, at least in my experience, not sure if Supervisor Scott's experience, but this is going to be the very first investment report that we have received at least since 2019, and it's supposed to happen quarterly. We're also supposed to get an annual. This has been something that we've been working on when we had the Treasurer Tax Collector Committee. Eventually, we did sign a contract with Chandler and Associates. Not sure if that's the right...
Asset Management.
Asset Management, thank you. It's been a pleasure working with Carlos to eventually change our policy and revise our policy. That's come through already. And today we're going to be hearing about our first quarterly report and how things are going. And thank you very much for being here.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. I do want to update you on the investments. In addition to that, and perhaps maybe first and foremost, I want to update you on some activity that we've been having in terms of, from an operational standpoint, getting our act together. I know the Treasurer Tax Collector has been a part of that. Is she on?
Right behind you.
And Barbara, did you want to add any comments before we get started?
Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, good morning. So I want to thank you, Carlos, for coming today to update us on the status of our investment program balancing balances, holdings, and yields. First, before we get started on the update, I would like to say that our team, we are aware that we are behind in the interest apportionment for this last several months. And I would like to say we do have a plan in place, a strong plan in place. We've had staff shortages that have been critical to our office in getting this done, but we have a plan in place to have this completed within the next 2.5 weeks. We have a priority team that is working on this, and if for some reason that plan does not take place, if there is a delay and foreseen a problem with that, we will be reaching out to the auditor controller and advising her immediately as to that plan. But again, I do appreciate Carlos's time today to come and spend time with us and update us on our plan. Thank you, Carlos.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So there's some materials in your packet that I don't know if you're displaying that I'm going to reference a couple of them because I think they're helpful to have. But before I go into that, I want to reiterate what Supervisor Sabatier stated. There's been a lot of work that's happened with the committee. Supervisor Paiska, you've been a big part of that as well as the Treasurer Tax Collector and her team, and as well as Patrick Sullivan from the CAO and that office. So we've worked through and revised the investment policy. That was a big project. Everybody had a hand in that. We conducted a statistical cash flow analysis to have a target of how much our core assets versus liquid assets. That was a big spreadsheet job. We did a benchmark study with the committee to determine a strategy that would be appropriate for moving the investments forward. And since that time, we began investing in November, so we have 2 full months under our belt, at least through the end of the calendar year. I'm going to talk a little bit about that today with what we have. I can tell you that there's been quite a bit of progress in terms of diversifying the portfolio from a sector standpoint, from an issuer standpoint, and most importantly, from a maturity standpoint. So all of this has been done with a plan in place. We didn't do any of this. We didn't get here randomly, and it's been a lot of work with the various components. It's been a very collaborative approach. If you're looking at your packet, I don't know what your packet numbers are, but I have some page numbers of my own on there. If we just roll forward.
Is it possible to share the packet on Zoom so that the public on Zoom and also those in the chamber can at least maybe see it? It might be difficult here.
Maybe Matthew?
Can Matthew share it?
Finding it now.
Sorry for the interruption.
No problem at all.
That way we can all follow.
Yeah.
Maybe while that's happening or while that's getting set up, I can give you a little bit of background. So we're now, there's a few pages here. There's 2-3 pages that explain the economics of what we're dealing with which I think are important to understand. The county is really limited in the types of investments that it can have. You're limited by California government code to high credit quality, liquid and safe short-term investments, 5 years or less. And so that's a very finite world. Essentially, you're buying bonds and you're collecting interest from these bonds. And the two ways to make money off of these bonds is, and remember, a bond is a loan, you're lending money and you're collecting interest. So the two ways to make to make return on these bonds to get money is the higher the interest that's available that you can purchase in the market, the better, because that's interest income that comes into your coffers. And then, of course, the value of the principal itself can go up and down. We track all of those components. Generally for the pool, though, what you really focus on is what we call the yield, which is just your interest income. And so the interest component is very important. So the reason I'm telling you all of this is because actually looks like we're on the economic update. If we just roll forward 2 pages, there's a couple of charts there on inflation. So right now, you've probably heard in the news that prices are going up, and prices are going up for a number of reasons. But inflationary pressures and those are 2 measures you're looking at on the sheet. On the page, on the left is the consumer price index, which is often used to negotiate contracts and things like that. And the chart on the right-hand side is the personal consumption's expenditures, which is another measure of inflation that the Federal Reserve prefers to look at. But inflationary pressures, that rise in prices, is pushing interest rates that are available in the market up. And if you can actually see that if we go to the next page after that one. So those higher yields means 2 things. It means that as we get more money coming into the portfolio, into the investment program, you're able to pick up higher yields. The chart on the left-hand side shows you the yield history for a 2-year treasury, a 5-year treasury, and a 10-year treasury. You don't invest at a 10-year range, but we're showing you that as an example of what things look like on the longer end. But indeed, if you just look at the 2-year line, which is the very bottom one on the left-hand chart, you can see that there's been a run-up during the bottom of the interest rate cycle during that COVID summer when things shut down. Interest rates fell dramatically, and the yield for that investment fell as low as what we call 12 basis points. For the rest of the world, that's 0.12%. That's as low as you got. You invested your money for 2 years, you were going to be collecting interest income to the equivalent of 0.12% per year for the next 2 years. So it's very low, it's a historic low. So this is the kind of low rate environment that we're in. Now you can see that if you move on the left-hand chart towards the right-hand side of that left-hand chart, rates have come up, and that's because of inflationary pressures. So we now have higher interest available to us to purchase in the market, and how quickly we purchase it is a function of how much assets we have liquid in the program and how quickly we can move on new investments, again, diversifying the portfolio. Right now, to give you an idea, that 2-year treasury that hit 0.12% as of this morning is at 1.31%. So it's been quite a bit of a run-up. So all this to say is that if we go forward 2 pages, I just want to remind everybody the goals are mandated by California code, and those are safety, followed by liquidity, then followed by return. It means that you need to have your money invested in safe investments that are where you're going to get your money back. The second is that you need to have the money available when you need it to make payments to participants in the pool for county expenditures or what have you. And then after you do those, then we start looking for return. And return, as I mentioned, is interest income. And of course, we always look to increase or protect the fair value appreciation of the principal in the portfolio. Right now, because of the dynamic I showed you here in these pages, interest income is going to go up, which is very good news. You'll be able to budget higher interest income, and that's a net positive to the county. The value of the investments, however, when interest rates go up in the bond markets, the values fall. The opposite happens. It's an inverse relationship, and I'm happy to go offline on the math behind that, but that's what happens. And as a result, as rates rise, when we buy an investment, that investment will fall in value on paper. That value doesn't matter as much, although we do track it and manage to protect it. it doesn't impact your earnings because you pay out on the interest income. The pool pays out apportionment on the interest income component, and we're trying to increase that. And that's what has to, rates have to rise from those lows of 0.12. We have to have higher rates to be able to pay something because rates have been painfully low. If we go to the next page, the next 2 pages are simply a summary of your investment policy. As we stated, this program is subject to California government code, and we have to follow the law. And this is one of the ways that we demonstrate that the investments follow the law. Our team looks at the holdings every day, and they also, any trade that's done gets put through a filter that's basically your investment policy and California code. And if the trade violates any of those, the trade gets kicked out. The portfolio manager can't even execute that trade. But all this to say is we have a compliance team that's independent of the investment team. They do a review, and then they publish a statement letting you know that we are in compliance with the law. And then if we go to the next page after that, this is an important spot. So this is your entire investment program on a consolidated basis. If you look at the right-hand column, it was valued at $296 million back in September. Obviously, since September, you've done tax collections. There's been quite a bit of tax collections in a run-up to December 10th. So then you can see in the column to the left-hand side, or the middle column right there, is as of December. So you can see that the program grew from $296 million to $425 million. A good component of that will go out, and it'll be property taxes that get passed through for various expenditures. So it will decrease, and then you'll see a run-up again that's similar in April. Maybe not as high, but similar. Now, of this $425 million, we are currently managing about 70% of that on your behalf. The remainder is currently at the state pool, a combination of the state pool local agency investment fund, better known as LAIF, that's the state pool, and it's also the other components are at the bank in cash. They're sitting in cash deposits that are very liquid and ready to be used for whatever needs you have. Notice the yield to maturity on that's the average. That's that middle row, the average purchase yield. 3 months ago it was 11 basis points, 0.11%. As of December, it's 0.39. And again, this is a blending. When you look at the investment portfolio of securities, the component that we're managing, that component is yielding 52 basis points. So we're already over 0.5%, and we're climbing. We're headed in the right direction. That's all a positive for the county. AA average credit quality, it's very high credit quality. The safety comes first, that's very important. When we look at the duration of the portfolio, the duration is a similar measure to the weighted average maturity of the portfolio. Duration is an important risk measure for us, but when you look at the duration of the consolidated investment program, including the components that we don't manage on your behalf, those that are sitting in the investment pools, the state pool, we look like a one-year portfolio. Now, we have an internal target for the portfolio of securities, that part that makes up 68% of the investments. We have an internal target of moving that towards 1.8 years. We have a target to move it there and keep it there over the long run. That was part of that strategy work that Supervisor Paiska and Supervisor Sabatier and the Treasurer Tax Collector and Patrick Sullivan worked, and your CAO as well was part of that, worked with us to set based on metrics and a study that we did. So we're on our way there. When we look at the investment portfolio of securities alone, we're at 1.48 years. So we're not at 1.8. We're on our way there. So it just means we're not finished investing in the portfolio. We're dollar cost averaging our way into this market because we know that rates are on the rise. The last thing I want to do is put all your money out in longer securities and have interest rates continue to rise, and we miss at least a portion of that rise in rates. So this is why we do baby steps, little by little. The portfolio, if you turn to the next page, you'll have 2 pie charts. The chart on the left-hand side is on the right is what it looked like back in September, and and on the left is what it looks like today. You can see that back in September, you had almost half of the portfolio in a money market mutual fund, which is a very safe and liquid investment, but very low yielding. And you can see that we've rebalanced out of that into debt securities that are allowed by California code, you're getting more diversified. That's what this chart tells you. You're holding more assets that are allowed by code. When we purchase these assets, we're doing credit work on these assets. So we're not just buying things randomly. We're buying them because we believe that they're appropriate to hold by the county, and there's been quite a bit of analysis and credit work to make sure that we have high credit quality securities that you're going to get your money back at maturity. That's a key component, and that diversification will continue. As I mentioned, we're not done yet. We still have about 3.6 in the money market fund. We may reduce that down to less than 1%. The cash position is 14%. That's going to get reduced, and this is on a consolidated basis. That cash position may waver depending on the inflows and outflows of the portfolio. As I stated, this is on a consolidated basis. This is everything you own, not just the portfolio of securities. And if you go to the next page, and I'll end with this one, I want you to see the term structure. This is the maturity distribution of the portfolio. When we were looking at this back in September, 100% of the portfolio was 90 days or less. So you weren't reaching out to longer maturities to pick up higher yield. And we've been working with the committee to push that out. So you can see where we were. The green bars represent where the portfolio maturity structure was as of December 31st. And you see that you have the bulk of the investments between 1 and 3 years, but a little bit between or beyond 3 years, about 6% in the 3 to 4 year range, nothing in the 5-year range. In the 1 to 2 year range, you get about 15% of the portfolio. And again, we're not done here. We're still investing cash that's available and pushing it out longer. We're going to do that little by little. We'll be very deliberate about it, keeping safety in mind, keeping diversification in mind, and then pushing for that higher yield. Going forward, the dynamic that we're seeing in the market will continue. We believe that the Federal Reserve will raise the overnight lending rate between banks, better known as the federal funds target rate. They think they're going to raise it about 3 times this year is what they're stating. It may be more, but 3 is probably a good thing to aim for. It just means that short-term rates are going to be higher for some period, which is an opportunity for the county. We're going to look at that. But do remember, as rates rise, the value on paper falls. And indeed, your auditor controller at fiscal year end will take all the interest income you collected for the year in your financial statement, and she will adjust it for that change in fair value on paper. It's an accounting adjustment for your purposes, but we do track it and manage it. Let me stop there and take any questions that you may have. And before any questions, I apologize. The rest of the presentation has the actual holdings, all your holdings by name, maturity, credit quality, amounts, par values, market values, yield on a security by security basis. You also have all the transactions over the last 3 months. Code requires that we present transactions to you on a regular basis, at least monthly, at least divided on a monthly basis. So those are 2 key components of this. You have everything you own on this document right there. But I apologize. Let me take any questions you may have.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I really don't have any questions. I think that the document that you've prepared for us, and of course I've had privilege to have conversations with you, which helps me to better understand everything I'm looking at, because this is it's very complex to dive into. This is not a normal bank account situation. But the fact that what I love about the bottom part with all the holdings is it's a way to check. What are the rules of the policy? Only a certain percentage are allowed for this. You can look it up. You have LAIF. What's the percentage? Oh, it matches. We didn't exceed that. So I think it makes it very transparent as to what our policy is and what we're actually doing. And so I appreciate the changes, the diversification. I'm just going to bring it back up here real quick. The diversification difference to me is one of the most major parts. I also believe that we are investing a whole lot more than we were before. I think we were minimal on what it was that we were investing in. Granted, what we were investing in was safe. It was a very short-term yield, but having that diversity is very important to making sure that if one thing happens, that it doesn't actually hurt the one place that we've invested in. So I really appreciate the changes that have occurred. I do have a question, but I think I'm going to wait for public comment and other comments from the board members, just to kind of see how we can how we move forward in the future.
Vice Chair Scott?
I don't have any questions. Just want to share my appreciation for the work that's been done to make sure that we are managing our money appropriately, and that we are, investing and to make sure that we are making money in return. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And as an added comment that hasn't been made today, our investment pool is not just the county. It's our fire districts, it's our school districts, and so they are, they're very dependent on what our investment strategy is to make sure that they get something out of it. They need to make sure the return is there on their investment in our investment pool. So when we're talking about interest and money coming back into our coffers, that eventually gets split off into the taxing agencies that have their part in this as well. So that's when it becomes much more important than just us with the big C for county. It's really about the little c county. Everybody that's involved in this is benefiting from this better way of investing and this more diverse and safe way of investing.
All right. I'll open up for public comment. I'm not seeing anybody on Zoom right now, but I've seen someone had their hand up in the back. So if you'd like to come up and state your name for the record. And
good morning. My name is Michael Wegner, and I just had a couple of quick questions that, for me, I'm just trying to bring everything into making sense for us. Because you guys have a lot of money stored all together here, and you know, the markets being how they are currently, they're very, it seems, volatile, right? And so I'm just trying to take into account kind of the strategy that I'm seeing laid out here and my understanding and my strategies, so I can better understand and also maybe answer some questions. So if you could bring up that last slide that you had showing the diversification of your funds. Yeah. So obviously where we started and where you are now, it's a bunch more colors, so you're a lot more diverse. But it would seem like you're super deep into the U.S. Treasury bonds, right? And the U.S. Treasury bonds in relation to inflation seems like there may be an issue there. I'm just wondering if maybe, I'm sorry, I didn't catch his name.
Carlos. Sorry, I don't remember your last name.
I'm sorry, Carlos.
We'll bleep this.
Could you help me understand, given where we see inflation going, why you're so deep into the U.S. Treasury bonds, which seem like there's going to be some kind of adverse effect because of inflation, which is growing, right, which we know. Could you maybe just elaborate on that for us?
is that your only question?
That is really
okay,
my only
thank you.
question.
Okay, so as I stated earlier, California government code severely restricts the types of investments that you're allowed to have. You can't have stocks, you can't have real estate, you can't have private equity or commodities, you can't have currencies, you can't do any of that. You can only buy bonds. All bonds, not just treasury bonds. The gentleman is correct. Inflationary pressures devalue investments, as I showed you with the prior charts. It causes rising rates, devalues your existing investment, and that value is simply happening on paper. As long as you are able to hold it to maturity, you get your principal back, is what happens. But on paper, the value can fluctuate. And as rates are rising, that is occurring. Now, the key component about this is that treasuries are considered the safest investment right now generally on the planet. And so treasuries, followed by federal agency securities, make up a very important cornerstone of your investment program. Now, if treasuries are being impacted by inflation, other securities that are not as gold standard as treasuries, such as corporate securities and asset-backed securities and commercial and all the other types of, all the other colors you see there, if the treasuries are impacted negatively by rising rates, at least the values on paper, the others are impacted even more. But the others also pay you higher yield. No worries.
Not for you.
No worries. So it's a function. Why does the portfolio look like this? It's because we have a very limited universe of investments in which we can invest, and within that universe, we're going to look for safety, and that's what the treasuries offer to us, and we're going to look for liquidity, and all of these securities are very liquid. They have robust secondary markets if we needed to sell and get cash, and then we're going to look for, obviously, return after that, and all of these sectors We're getting a risk-adjusted return when we buy a riskier asset than a treasury, because the treasury is the safest on there. If we're buying a riskier asset, we're looking to make sure that it's high credit quality, that we're going to get our money back, that we're going to get your money back, and also that for the additional risk that we're taking on, we're going to get paid for it. That's how we do our analysis. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, I thank you for that explanation as well, because you explained the limitations. And I'm not sure if you were here during public comment, but at times people think that, we're, tied to different votes or whatever the case may be. But because you've explained that, there's limitations, and that's why we're invested into Treasury and things of that nature, rather than, different entities that promote whatever, accusations are when it comes to like vaccinations or things like that. So thank you for explaining that. Yeah. Is there anyone from public comment that has anything to ask? I don't see anyone in the chambers, and I don't see anyone online, so I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier.
Yes, I had a question for Ms. Ringen. She had mentioned something about the interest deposits or the interest payments, and I would suspect that that means the interest payments to our school districts, our fire districts, and also the county itself. Was wondering if you can let us know what quarters are we looking at that still need to be reimbursed or dispersed, or whatever the correct term is?
Sure. So I believe we still have to complete fourth quarter of last year and then first 2 quarters of this year. So we will be moving forward on that as quickly as possible due to staffing and also the transition from our former advisor to Chandler Asset and the difference of the reporting that has caused a little bit of delay. So, but at this point, it's a priority, and we will be moving on that. And like I say, we'll have that completed. 2.5 weeks is our plan, and if for some reason there's something unforeseen that comes up, we will definitely notify the auditor controller as soon as possible.
Okay, and we're talking again, just because I didn't hear you, I don't know if the microphone dimmed out, but the fourth quarter of 2021, the first and second quarter of 21-22?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll be closing the second quarter shortly.
Okay. Is there a way to automate this process? Because I'm suspecting that we get a lump sum when it comes to the interest that we receive, and that then it needs to be split, or how does that work? I'm just trying to figure out how can we help to make sure that we're more timely, because this has been an ongoing issue to be able to be timely.
Well, our interest is received as not on a regular basis, but as an investment matures or as it's paid out. So that has to be done on a as-is basis, as a cash basis. And once we do the deposit, mainly it is due to staffing, I have to stop to say. The staffing, that situation we've had for many years now, and especially this last year with vacancies and approved leave of absences. But I do believe going forward with the reports from Chandler and our current staffing, I think we will be able to move forward, our current dedication to the staffing. So I don't believe there'll be an issue going forward. I think we'll keep on top of that going forward.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You want to add something to that?
Oh, no, the only observation is the county records its investment income on a cash basis, not on an accrual basis. So you wait for the interest payment to actually come into the portfolio, and when it comes in, that's when the county records as earned, and that's the basis for your apportionment. Obviously, those payments, because bonds pay in a random schedule, just depends on where they were issued. When the original issuer went to the market to borrow money, is what it is. So it can be random. So in terms of automation, that makes it a little bit difficult. But we spent in addition to the work that we've done with the committee, the Treasurer Tax Collectors team and I spent actually quite a bit of time, indeed yesterday, about 3.5 hours, going through a number of accounting issues to try and see where we can make it easier, where there are better or faster information sources. So, a lot of eyes on this is what I'm trying to say. So we're looking at it to see if we can make it a little faster. As your investment advisor, we don't book any of this. It's not our purview. It's not part of our charter. But we do provide all the statements that indicate or show what has been earned on the investments that we manage, and even on those that we report on. So the data is now there, and it's now consolidated, and it's easier to get. So that may help you in the long run.
Okay. Appreciate that. And I'm going to ask that I'd like to get a check-in to make sure that that has been accomplished in the next 2.5 weeks. The fourth quarter was over on June 30th. And I'm sure that our schools and our fire districts, including ourselves, while it's not exactly a 50% of our budget or anything like that, that all money is money, and money is important to make sure that we are providing all of the services. I mean, right now we're talking about soon, later this afternoon, or possibly this morning, about our mid-year budget review, and having all those interest amounts deposited could really provide us a tool to say where can we place those funds for added services to our communities. So I'd like to get a check-in the next 3 weeks, just to make sure that we are moving forward with that, and hopefully that is the case.
Okay, thanks. I would like to just add one thing. Although the quarter ends on June 30th, we don't actually close the interest until the 15th of the month following. So on July 15th or thereabouts, once we have our late interest post, that's when we actually close the quarter for the interest for that previous quarter.
Yep, no, that is expected. Yes. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Carlos. If there are any other questions, we appreciate your work on this. Yeah.
Supervisors, it's a delight to work with you guys. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next quarter.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So I think there's action to accept the report, right? If there's anyone that wants to make that action.
Let one of the committee members.
Is it
I move to accept the December 31st, 2021 report of Lake County pooled investments.
second?
So a motion and a second. Johanna, please conduct the roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. It looks like, should we just take up the 7.3?
Excuse me, you're going to ask for public comment?
Well, we opened public comment earlier. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, you might want to take 7.2 first.
We can do that.
It may take a little less time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, we'll go with that. So we'll move on to 7.2, discussion and possible renegotiations of certain provisions of agreement approved on September 28, 2021 with RCHDC, discussion and direction on audit for financial activity regarding loan and loan forgiveness regarding Collier Avenue project. And this was brought by Supervisor Sabatier, and I didn't know if you wanted to.
Thank you very much. This is an item that came to us on September 28th of last year. It's something that I've been continuing to look into. It's a very convoluted situation, and I just wanted to shed some light on some of the new information. There's a lot of paperwork involving the redevelopment agency. Those who were around at the time know Governor Brown took our money, Governor Brown released our money, then we had to prove why we were supposed to keep some of the certain properties, forced to sell some of these properties. Redevelopment was a great tool, as we know. I want to say that some of the best examples for us are some of the parks that happen over in District 3 using redevelopment, but unfortunately the end of redevelopment was probably one of the most chaotic and messiest recent history when it comes to investing in our community. And so I just want to preface this that it is easy to misconstrue or have difficulties to understand this. And I just wanted to bring some clarity in hopes that we can figure out what is the best and easiest way forward. And so Collier Avenue is a project that's been in the works since 2005, where the redevelopment agency provided $250,000 to the County of Lake for the project to move forward. I believe it was, I forget how many units. I think it might have been around 50 units, 60 units. It was a couple dozen units. During this time, when the RDA provided the loan for $250,000, there was a deed of trust placed on the property. There was an agreement that was signed, the OPA. I just wanted to mention that in the OPA, basically it states, and this is typical for low-income housing during this time of redevelopment, that after 55 years of the date hereof, that the maker is not there shall be no payments due under this note. Because basically the idea was we're going to give you redevelopment funds. If you use it for a community benefit, after that benefit is here for 55 plus years, then that money can be forgiven. And so that is the case. Just wanted to show you through the materials that we were able to find, which again, some of this material was very difficult to find. And in 2009, obviously, the project took on some legs, and there needed to be a greater loan. $998,000 was loaned at that time. The total loan was now $1,248,000. The OPA, the agreement, was amended to add in that $998,000, and the stipulation remained the same, that after 55 plus years had passed without default, that the note does not need to be repaid. There was a deed of trust that was placed on this property. Sometime between 2009 and 2011, I don't have the exact timing, but $626,872 were expended for pre-development costs using RCHDC. And so the total funds left over that had not been used from the $1,248,000 loan was $621,128. So again, just showing you that for evidence of where my findings come from. This is the $998,000 with the continued stipulation. In 2012, this is where everything got messy. I know I experienced this while starting to get involved at the city of Clear Lake. This was a very tumultuous time for everybody involved with RDA agencies. So the agencies were dissolved, successor agencies were created. So each jurisdiction has its own successor agency, and then there's an oversight board that oversees what those agencies are doing. All assets were transferred to the Lake County Housing Authority under Resolution 2012-10. And on March 5th, I have a meeting minutes that I'll show you in the next one. The successor agency decided that the remaining unspent funds, which was the $621,128, would be disencumbered and reimbursed to the taxing agencies. So at that point, the money unspent was given back to the taxing agencies. That would be water districts, that would be fire districts, school districts, potentially even cemetery districts. Any taxing agency at that point would be receiving their apportionment of that. Repayment of money already dispersed to RCHDC, so the $626,000 that was used for pre-development use, at that point in time would not be required to be paid back. The Housing Authority would retain the second and third deed of trust on the property, meaning that there was still a lien placed on the property. And the balance owing will be due in 5 years unless project is completed or progress made. And so again, just showing where all this information comes from, just for evidence purposes. Then we approved to forgive the loan, and there was an issue where obviously we need housing. We're working with our RCHDC to provide the housing project here in Lucerne, or Nice, sorry, in Nice. And one of the stipulations as to why the project couldn't move forward is because the lien on the property. And so work was done, and it was provided to us that there was an avenue for us to be able to move forward, and that was to remove the lien on the property and then move forward with the project. And so one of the things that was provided was that the note cancellation and forgiveness of debt agreement, it states that the lender is the Lake County Redevelopment Agency, and this is something that we approved through Exhibit H in 2021, and that the lender had agreed to cancel the note and the additional note and forgive the loan and the additional loan in their entirety. So that's speaking about both loans that equate to the $1.248 million. And I think that the confusing part is when the successor agency was created, that all authority, not authority, all assets, including the loans and everything else, was given to Lake County Housing Authority. And I think this is where it gets really convoluted and confusing. Yes and no, right? Like there's some underlying unwritten notes, written notes that the oversight committee ensures that you follow what it is that you had agreed upon before. So it's not like we have the full control of the loan. We still own the loan, we still have the property, and so on and so forth. As I said, assets were provided to the housing authority, but we cannot change the order of the loan. And I think that's the mess that the RDA whole calibration thing created this. And so just again to show you that Lake County Redevelopment Agency was the lender, and lender agreed to cancel, and so on. And just to read you one of the codes, it says successor agencies are required to enforce all former redevelopment agency rights for the benefit of the taxing entities. So again, we need to continue going with the approved agreements that we had in the past. And if so, we need to go and go through the Oversight Committee Board in order to approve anything. And I have an email from Department of Finance that states that only the Oversight Board or legal can provide guidance to dispose of assets, and that email is right here. So my concerns, and I literally called, I had a conversation before this came up on our board, and I will admit that I did not understand this. It's a very large and confusing topic, a lot of moving parts, people who are not here anymore from staff, and I felt uneasy afterwards saying, well, how do we forgive a loan? Where did the money go? What happened with that loan? And so right away I called our admin, and we've been having these conversations since then to both figure out exactly where things are and try to provide answers for me. And it's taken a while to be able to provide the answers because, again, things are difficult to find. My concerns are, I feel that there's gaps in our process. The disencumbered amount that was reimbursed, unfortunately, was never translated to a decreased lien. If we gave the money back to the taxing agencies, why was the lien still 1.285? That doesn't make any sense to me, and I think that that's one of the things that made it really confusing and maybe should have been done in 2012 because the payments were all done on June 30th, 2012. Also, the disencumbered amount, I have not been able to recount all of that. I know that to the best of our abilities, we have a reimbursement sheet that adds up to $1.5 million for all of the low and moderate income housing funds that were disencumbered during that process. But in my opinion, a storyline needs to have money showing coming in and money showing coming out and being able to follow that money from point A to point Z. And it's really difficult to do so with the way things were tracked back then in 2012. And so, and also the successor agency or legal, or the oversight board, I should have said instead of successor agency, has not made a decision. They're actually having discussions about this right now. And so here's to show the 1.5 million. And again, where exactly is the 621,000? It's very difficult for me to see that. So my reason for being here is not to stop a project. This project is important. Housing is important. But I've been uneasy with the information that I've been able to find. And I think that we need to allow the successor agency, and again, wrong, we should allow the oversight board to make a decision on the remaining $626,872 prior to taking further actions with the project. And depending on the successor agency, this is why I put this together as a potential renegotiate of the agreement. Based on the decisions made by the successor agency, we need to renegotiate that agreement with our CHDC. Because I don't know what the oversight board will say or do. I'd also like to order an audit of finances just to at least complete the entire picture, showing all of the money coming in, the expenditures for the 626, and also provide accounting for the reimbursements to the taxing agencies from the leftover that was supposed to be reimbursed. So how much has our CHDC already used of the $626,000? How much do they still have? And again, that will be a decision of the oversight committee, whether that needs to be repaid or not. That's on them. But those are my concerns and those are my recommendations. Again, we need housing, we need to move forward, but I think that with the findings that I have, that we might need to take a step back and let the oversight board make some decisions before we can take another step forward. And if there's any questions.
I don't hear any questions, but I will open it up for Ms. Grant, our county counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can say I attended the oversight board meeting yesterday. There has been extensive work to go back and plug the gaps in documentation and put through how these things were expended, the disbursements to taxing entities, et cetera. The oversight board made it very clear that they have only one question, and that is the forgivability of the loan. That's a separate question that goes to the authority of the oversight board to do, and we're going to be looking at that this week. But it's my understanding, and certainly Supervisor Sabatier is entitled to ask whatever questions, and your board can certainly do so as well. The oversight board has one remaining question, and it was put to them expressly, is that your only question? So that's how I can say that confidently. I'm not saying that other issues might not come up, but I am saying that that's the only remaining issue. The one thing I would suggest that, you know, in terms of that review and documents to follow, it would be hard for your board to order action at this point today without having that additional information, which, as I said, would be forthcoming by next week. I know that because I'm the one who's going to provide it by next week. So, and the outcome of that is, there's a number of options, but again, I haven't looked at it yet. We'll be doing so after the board meeting in the next couple of days. And I'm certainly not diminishing Supervisor Sabatier's concerns here. I'm just telling you the timing of this, just from my attendance at the meeting yesterday.
Thank you, Ms. Grant.
And Mr. Chair, just to clarify further, the Oversight Board plans to meet again next Monday, the 14th at 4 p.m. That's the meeting Anita's referring to.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier?
I do have a question for both CAO Hutchinson or Ms. Grant, and I guess CAO Hutchinson would be the more appropriate question. It's, if I understand correctly, the agenda item on the Oversight Board is to ratify the conclusions of, is that the same as asking them to forgive the loan? I feel like the agenda item placed before them is not necessarily the stated in the way that I don't know if it's being stated in a way that basically responds to what the Oversight Board needs to let us know. Because again, as we stated in Exhibit H, that the lender had approved of the forgiveness, and I don't know that they'd be doing that with just a simple ratification.
And so the agenda item from yesterday's meeting was to ratify the earlier action taken by the advisory board in 2012. I don't have that agenda packet at my fingertips, but Susan Parker, can you remind the board what that action in 2012 was more specifically?
In 2012, as far as the minutes, I'm sorry, I don't have them quite in front of me. but they were, the March 5th minutes included, I'm sorry, let me get that for you. Didn't expect this question, I apologize.
Right here is the meeting.
There you
minutes
go.
from March 5th.
Thank you, sir. A through E. Thank you very much.
And so to the supervisor's question, I do not see forgiveness of the loan referenced here.
No, the ratification was for they were to reconfirm their determination on March 5th, and then to ratify the actions taken on September 28th, 2021.
By the board, which the Board of Supervisors,
yes.
Which was
Board of Supervisors,
forgive the loan.
Yes.
And maybe I'm splitting hairs here, but I think it's hard to ratify something that I believe a body is not necessarily in the position to do.
No, and again, that was Monday's agenda item, and I don't mean to speak for County Council, but the agenda item title for next Monday should reflect on the ask by the RDA Oversight Board.
Ms. Grant.
It's my understanding that the Oversight Board has this question, and this question is an impediment to them going forward with the actions that have been requested. And ratification is relatively standard when actions have already taken place and you're asking people essentially to agree with you. Again, because of the passage of time and the fact that the March 5 order instilled a 5-year clock that was not adhered to. It's not, as I'm sure your board's aware, not at all unusual for local, state, and federal governments to not always hit their timelines on the mark. So part of that is to address all of those prior actions and tie it up. But again, it was my understanding from yesterday that the impediment was not about the actions requested, but the impediment was whether they could move forward with the question as to whether they simply had the authority to forgive a loan that in March was not forgiven. So it's a question again of going through documents, looking at the statutes, and making a reasonable determination of both their obligation and the impact of actions that have been taken before and since.
And just to add, if I may, I know that I have an email to CAO Hutchinson, many emails in fact, but on the 12th saying that I wanted to put this on the agenda. I was told that there was an RDA meeting, or sorry, a oversight board meeting. I waited for that meeting and they postponed it, and I know that there's still some activities going on relating to this project that are being worked on, and this is why I wanted to make sure and put this. I was told again that what the Oversight Board will be dealing with this, but it was postponed again yesterday. So I'm really glad that I put this on the agenda, because I want to make sure that we don't take too many steps forward where then it's an even bigger struggle to be able to ensure that we resolve any potential issues. And I think that it could be as easy as just changing the date of when we agree with this. That way it has chronological order that the Oversight Board has agreed, and then boom, we just change the date on the agreement and we agree as well. Or there may be other changes depending on what the Oversight Board decides.
Right. So that's all I was going to ask right before you stated your statement, was that maybe we should follow this next week after the oversight meeting. Is that what I'm hearing? And I see Mr. LaRue has his hand up.
Yes, Ryan LaRue is the Executive Director of RCHDC, so he's the developer for this project.
Mr. LaRue, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I just wanted to speak on behalf of the project representing RCHDC. My name is Ryan LaRue. I'm the CEO of RCHDC. As a mission-driven nonprofit affordable housing developer, RCHDC is committed to providing housing in the communities we serve in partnership with local governments. Collier Avenue's development is targeting low-income housing tax credits in which RCHDC partners with an investor to develop and own the housing. As it currently sits, Collier Avenue is projected to raise $16 million in private equity to fund this permanent supportive housing community. The existing RDA debt currently encumbering the property is considered ineligible cost for reimbursement on behalf of the investor. The request to renegotiate the agreement with RCHDC will be detrimental to the project's ability to proceed. RCHDC has worked with county staff for several years to get to this point. Any request on behalf of the board to negate the current agreement between RCHDC and Lake County will cause significant delays and/or failure of this project coming to fruition. As the board may be aware, we recently submitted an application for approximately $6 million in state funds. Delays at the local level will equate to missing deadlines associated with funding sources either already committed or planned for application. Collier Avenue coincides with numerous goals set forth in Lake County planning documents. Additionally, Collier Avenue assists Lake County in meeting its state-imposed regional housing need allocation requirements. RCHDC and Lake County are poised to pursue and receive the funding necessary to develop this 40-unit affordable housing community, and we're responding collaboratively with Lake County to the housing crisis we're currently suffering from. This project will be a longstanding benefit to the community and its residents. The most disenfranchised members of our population continue to remain unhoused. Collier Avenue is one step closer to housing for all. And so I just wanted to kind of speak on behalf of the project. I understand there's some concerns here, but our council, who represents local jurisdictions as well, these concerns are not shared. So it's a little frustrating to be at this point, this far in the game. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier, you have anything? We'll go ahead and open it up for public input. Anybody in the chambers that would like to state anything? Joan? Okay.
Joan Moss, I'd like to commend Bruno Sabatier and everyone who is dealing with this crisis. At least we know what is happening. I really appreciate bringing it to the public eye. I don't understand it, but I know that I don't understand it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. I'm not seeing anyone else, so we'll bring it to the Zoom room. And I don't see anybody, so I'll close public input. And so there's Supervisor Sabatier.
So I'm not asking for a cancellation of the agreement. I'm asking that we hold further actions to ensure that the oversight board finishes, and based on the actions taken at the oversight board, that then we figure out if there's a need to renegotiate, and if there is a need, what that looks like. But I think that allowing the project to continue forward without the oversight board's decision on a loan that came from taxing agencies such as schools and other taxing districts is not within our purview to make a decision on forgiving. And so I think we need to let that decision be made, and hopefully they can make it next week. But I think that moving forward, canceling is not the right idea, but moving forward I think is also not the right idea, and that hopefully within a week or two that we can resolve this.
Yes, CEO Hutchinson?
Yes, Mr. Chair, in the interest of keeping this moving, could I suggest that we continue this item next week? By then, hopefully we would have a decision from the redevelopment agency board and then be able to complete this conversation. Does that meet with your goal, Supervisor?
Yeah, I think we have a consensus for that, and so if we would just put this on next week's agenda to finish up and go from there.
That would help.
Okay. Looks like we're all amenable to it, so with that, we can close this item, but we'll continue it next week, we'll say, and move on to, it's 11:43. Do you think we have enough time to do we can do the budgets, and if you guys are all fine with that, or do we need a break or anything like that?
Yeah, so our estimate in terms of presentation time for the budget would be probably less than half an hour, probably 15 minutes or something total. Depends on your questions and the public's questions.
All right. Is everyone ready to continue on with the budget?
Yep.
All right, so then I will I will introduce item 7.3, mid-year budget, consideration of resolution amending resolution number 2021-115 to amend fiscal years 2021-22 adopted budget by adjusting reserves, fund balance, carryover revenues, and appropriations. And B, consideration of resolution amending resolution 2021-116 to amend the position allocations for fiscal year 2021-22 to conform to the mid-year budget adjustments. And so with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few short words of introduction and appreciation. Stephen Carter will be presenting the bulk of the detail to you today, but obviously this mid-year budget update is what enables us to continue operating for the remainder of the fiscal year, and Stephen will review the details and go over some of the narrative descriptions. As you know, for quite a long time, the county has had an informal hiring freeze in place. We recently expanded that to all departments, and staff is recommending at this time that that informal hiring freeze be lifted in its entirety. It's a short step, but it's a step that may in some ways slow the recruitment process a little, and your board has indicated a strong desire to make great progress in the next year with filling position vacancies, and so with that in mind, we'd like to go ahead and lift that. And so in terms of appreciation, I have to start with my appreciation for Stephen Carter, who has brought this home once again, and it's not without a lot of other things going on for him at the same time. So in addition to working with each of the departments and their staff, their finance staff, to bring these details to you today, he's also carried a lot on his plate in addition to his normal duties, providing some very direct support to some departments that are in transition. And I'm just really, really grateful for all of what he is able to accomplish. He's an incredible workhorse. So the last thing I want to say is our gratitude to the department heads and their staff. We wouldn't be here without them. We say that every budget cycle, but we truly mean it. And we just appreciate their cooperation. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Stephen.
Good morning, Board. Stephen Carter, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. I'm kind of blushing a little bit. You can't see it with the beard from Carol's comments. but what I do want to also, since she was saying that, is I would like to also thank my staff before we get started. Christine Hutt and Sarah Shukart have been an integral part of this mid-year budget as well. So I'd like to start with an overview of the mid-year budget. So mid-year budget is a time for departments to either adjust reserves, revenue, or appropriations in any manner that meets their goal for the remainder of the year. That generally means only slight variations. This year there is about 400 line items, so it is a slight change when you look at the $319 million budget that was approved appropriations-wise. This mid-year budget, we're requesting to have reserve adjustments of lowering reserves by a little over $1 million. The fund balance change of a little over $660,000, which means we're lowering what we are expecting as the fund balance available. And then additional revenues of $4.7 million. And additional appropriations of just over $5.1 million. So that's the main part of the $319 million. The new $5.1 million appropriations would make our new total of about $324 million. So in the grand scheme, the $5 million is not that large of an increase. But because there's so much extra revenue, I also wanted to explain the revenue trends that have been going on, which mainly I'll talk about the general fund versions of revenue trends. First up, I would talk about the transient occupancy tax, which is the TOT. We anticipated or budgeted around $681,000. Through January, we've received $374,000, so we're at 54.9% of the year so far. But that is nothing to, it's not right at where you would do per month. but each month is slightly different. If you compare it to 2021, at this point in time, we were at 391 million, and 391,000, sorry, not million. In 1920, we were at 499,000, and the reason why I bring those 2 years up, those were the years that we had extremely high TOT compared to prior years, going all the way back to when we had prior establishments open. So it looks like we're about leveling, which it is coming in as anticipated. We expect the year-end estimate to come in right around 681,000. So that's right on track. And then moving on to another revenue item where everybody has interest is property tax. And I will talk mostly about current secured because that's the one that is the least volatile and can be projected confidently. So during the final budget, it was approved of $17,206,000 expected. What we have actually received through January is just over 9.5 million, which is 55.7%. So our year-end estimate is 17 million, just over 500,000. So we're expecting to have about a $300,000 increase over the anticipated. If you go back to fiscal year 2021, at this point in time, we had 9,598,000. So it's going to come in just about where we did last year, which was to be expected because of the CCPI or it usually is 2% or so, a maximum of 2%. This year it's only 1.036. So we weren't expecting a huge increase year over year. So, but that's still good news because it's coming in on par or above. Now, the next revenue is actually quite surprising, and that is sales tax, both Bradley Burns and Prop 172. Last fiscal year in 2021, through this time, we received 4.2 million, and a total of just over 7 million. So it was one of the higher years it was the highest year we've ever seen when you combine the two. So knowing that there was a COVID environment and extra spending, extra money in pockets, anticipated a little bit lower to be safe because it was a massive jump year over year. So our anticipated was just over 6.4 million as budget goes. The actual so far through January is 5.6 million already. So I'll let that sink in for a second. That's quite a jump. So the year-end estimate is obviously a gray area crystal ball, but the best crystal ball is about 9.5 million, which would be about $3 million higher than budgeted and 1 or 2 million higher than we've ever seen in sales tax. So hopefully that continues, but for next year's budget, probably will not anticipate the whole amount, bring it down slightly. But that is very good news. I don't usually get to bring good news. I'm happy to do so this time. And then the final revenue that I would like to talk about is cannabis. So the overall cannabis is doing well. This year we've already received just over $6 million. Obviously, with previous board meetings, we're not expecting the same for the rest of the year. We'll just leave it at that's where we're at and where we're going to go from here. But what I wanted to say is that we've received in the entirety of the collection just over $16 million. We have allocated just over 12 million, or budgeted for, however you want to look at that, which does leave a little bit over $4 million available. And that generally will go to the 30, per the policy, towards planning, code enforcement, water resources 30%, law enforcement 30%, economic development, housing, risk reduction of 30%. They each have about, depending on, they're slightly different because of what has already been allocated in each section, but slightly over $1 million for those three are still available. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is not all departments that are in those categories may realize that they can ask for those funds. It should come as a budget request, or if there's an emergency, it can come in as a project, talk to the committee, and then bring it to the board out of cycle. But generally, it should come in as a budget request and go through the normal budget cycle like it is right now for certain requests that are coming through now. So like law enforcement, that would be district attorney, probation, sheriff. So there's quite a few that have it available. And my conversations with Supervisor Sabatier, I wanted to make sure that that was out there, that it's not like you have to use all your funding first and then you can have cannabis. But what it is we don't just provide you, here's 30,000, go do your project. You have to do the project and we'll reimburse you either right when you have that invoice or right after you've paid the invoice. So it's just not upfront, but it can be same time period. All right, so next I will move on to the highlights, unless there are any questions so far.
I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, Stephen.
Okay, I feel like I'm talking more than usual. Sorry about that. So starting off with reserves, most of the reserves are related to covering the new salaries per the labor agreements, but there are some that vary from that. But before I go to those, it is expected to see non-general fund departments having to possibly lower their reserves to pay for the new labor agreements. But I would suspect that next year that fees can be changed or adjusted accordingly, and hopefully they don't have to dip into reserves so much next fiscal year. The first one of note is Budget Unit 2708, Recorder Micrographics. The assessor recorder, their system is now, as of June 30th, not going to be supported. So they're requesting to lower reserves by $250,000 and also adding a capital asset of $250,000 to purchase that new system as soon as possible. Going down the list. So that's about all I want to say for the reserves. Moving on to revenues. Budget Unit 1671, Buildings and Grounds, is requesting to transfer the PSPS funding that was received in Budget Unit 1920, Disaster, to Budget Unit 1671 because they have already purchased the generators for the RRV office and other county facilities in the amount of $183,393. There already was a board item that came forward for that. This is now facilitating the transfer of those revenues to the correct budget unit. And this one is going to be a surprise to the Sheriff's Office. Budget Unit 1785, Public Safety Facilities. That's their capital asset budget for like where the remodel for the Armory will go. We're also requesting the transfer of the PSPS funding that was received in Budget Unit 1920 to be moved to this public safety facility budget to fund the jail generator project in the amount of $366,786. So Budget Unit 1920 didn't, in the auditor's opinion, feel right for the jail generator. So moving the revenue over to pay for it, and then later on, you'll see that there's also a request to backfill the difference from $525,000 to the $366,000 of about $158,000, requested out of the cannabis funds, out of that 30% for law enforcement. Okay. Budget Unit 1796 actually has quite a few changes. That's the CDBG Program Income Capital Projects budget unit. There were multiple CDBG grants that we were approved and awarded to the amount of $1,691,046. And so they're requesting to receive this in the revenue account, and it eventually will be passed on to our contractor, CDS, or Community Development Services. It's to be utilized for grant purposes only. So it's already known exactly what it's going to be used for and all it can be used for. Budget Unit 2704, Emergency Services, or OES, is requesting to add fiscal year 21 ARPA funds. And I wanted to stop right there because it's not what the county thinks of as the normal $12 million ARPA funds that we receive. This is a separate ARPA grant that also has to have a 50% match from the county, which later on shows that they're going to be requesting it from, again, that 30% cannabis funding. And also there's a fiscal year 21 Homeland Security grant in the amount of $103,488. And this one I wanted to specifically call out, Budget Unit 2110, District Attorney. They're requesting to accept reimbursement from the County of Sacramento for EDD fraud in the amount of $81,587. This is to go after EDD fraud. And the reason why it's through the County of Sacramento, the state gave the money to Sacramento to then disperse to the smaller counties. So that's a very good thing where we have funding to go after that specific kind of fraud in this environment. Budget Unit 2201, Sheriff Coroner, is requesting to accept the Gun Violence Reduction Program grant monies that will last through 12/31 of 2023. It will pay for 0.75 of a sheriff deputy FTE, which I'm also requesting a full FTE, so the other 0.25 would be covered by general fund. And the first 6 months, they're requesting to recognize a revenue of $47,993. I'm already getting out of breath, so let's move on a little further down the revenue. Social Services is requesting for additional state and federal funding in the amount of $1,413,756, which covers all their social services programs. So that's quite a bit of an increase, but they will have the associated grants or allocations from the state and federal government. At this time of year, you know exactly what the allocation is going to be. In September, you don't always know what the allocation is going to be. The CFL that explains that to you is not always out at that time. So this is the time where you catch up to the realities of what was allocated to the department. And then Budget Unit 6022 Library, requesting to budget for additional grant funding for the CLLS literacy, zip books, and lunch at the library in the amount of $11,540 and $16,000. So those are good programs. And Budget Unit 7201, the museum, is requesting to accept the donation from the Friends of the Courthouse Museum nonprofit for security and installation in the amount of $7,137. That is actually only 50% of the project. If you look down in the appropriations, we're actually providing the remainder of the funding needed. And then Budget Unit 8109, Watershed Protection District, is requesting to budget the acceptance of the federal Quagga Mussel Grant in the amount of $354,000. So again, these are just highlights. It's not every single line item. It may feel like every line item, but I don't want any significant ones to go by without being recognized. Otherwise, it's just kind of not understanding what's going on.
And Stephen, if I could add a comment there, I'm sure the board has noticed that there's references to a number of grants that staff is in the process of securing. This is just a small sampling, and you'll often hear out in communities that the county never applies for grants. We are really seeing a trend change there. There's a lot of grant activity going on, as is reflected here, as is in your earlier budget approval, and more to come.
Absolutely. We are constantly looking for grants, and this is shown. So moving on to appropriations, the first one that is a highlight is Budget Unit 1011, so Board of Supervisors. We are requesting to budget additional appropriations to acquire professional furnishings in the amount of $10,000, a maximum amount of $10,000 for the board chambers to replace the blue chairs and white tables in the chambers. as well as $30,000 for board discretionary fund expenditures. So related more to that 10,000, due to COVID, we had to remove all of the chairs that are currently in there. And what this is to restore the original capacity of upwards of 80 to 90 people versus what it is currently. I kind of wanted to stop there because I have a feeling there's going to be a comment.
Yeah. So it's true that we removed the auditorium-style seating, as you remember, because it just didn't work in the COVID environment. But it looks like the day is coming when we can have greater capacity than we presently have. Presently, these chairs were just basically borrowed from somewhere. It suits the capacity of about 25 people, which is what you know we've been able to have during the time of social distancing. And the tables just kind of showed up. I think maybe they were brought in here for HR orientation purposes or other workshops or something, but the public seems to like them, except that these are more like craft tables or, you know, your basic Costco variety table. Right. And we see the public appreciating having something to put their stuff on while they're here. And so our recommendation is to bring in a different type of table, which is more for a professional setting like yours. And the chairs that we're talking about, there are a couple of samples in the far back of the room. It would be something along those lines that we can line up in rows. We still really appreciate the flexibility in the boardroom to, you know, to not have the stationary chairs anymore, because it enables the boardroom to be reconfigured and used in a variety of other ways, like for training and workshops. And most recently, you'll see the pile of chairs in the back. That's for the vaccination and testing clinic that's being held here on a weekly basis. So basically our request for the 10,000 is to complete what we started with the boardroom, finish the remodel that we did in support of COVID, and so that's what that is about.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Since we paused for questions or comments, I wanted to ask two things specifically about the latest one for the Board of Supervisors. I believe that we have a supervisor discretionary expense using cannabis funds, and I know that we are approving that. I'd like to kind of hear, and I think the public should probably hear, what is it that we're spending that money on? Because I think that's of interest to all, especially if we're going to be approving it. And also, as far as I get it that we used to have all these chairs, and I've never really seen, it's not often that you see a full packed house with the previous setup. I'm all for adding more chairs so that we can get more people, but I don't think that the tables are necessary, because I don't know that you could do both. And I think that right now the tables as they are very functional for the things that we need. And so I would prefer, personally, I would prefer seeing those funds used for abatement purposes or things in the community rather than updating and upgrading stuff for us. But I get it that we need chairs. The stadium seating was very old, and I would not like to see that come back. So if we can maybe split that order, that's the way that I would feel about it.
Split the order between chairs and no tables kind of thing?
If possible, yes.
I think we can see a design and see what it looks like and what the chairs look like. Maybe just one row of tables for people that need a table. We have the little press table, but I'd just like to see a design before we like throw out the ideas. Before
we actually purchase, would it be okay if we go through the mid-year and allow the 10,000 to stay, but what it would be, it wouldn't be spent until we show the board what the plans are, because I have something drawn out and what it would look like.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So and if that's not approved, we just simply don't spend it. We can transfer it to something else. Like.
And I think it's an appropriate time to invest in the boardroom furniture, and this is where we have the public, and it's got to be comfortable, and we may as well just take this opportunity to set it up for the long haul.
I agree with that.
You agree?
Yeah, so if that ends up getting approved later when you take up your approvals, we will commit to not going forward until you've approved a schematic, so you know what it's going to look like.
Sounds like we have a consensus on that. I, however, am fine with tables. The public, I think, would like to have those, and Even if we have to mitigate and maybe have half the tables or something like that, I'm fine too, but we'll look at it when it comes back or however, so.
So for the question about the board discretionary fund expenditure, this is just one, actually probably two expenditures that hit at this moment, but there have been a number of other discretionary fund expenditures that your board has pushed forward individually. And this one, Stephen, please remind me, this is Supervisor Pyska's contribution to the Friends of Bog Mountain, which she could elaborate on if your board wants her to, and then what was the additional thing at this time?
NCO for Supervisor Pyska as well.
NCO?
I thought it was NCO.
No, that would be Supervisor Simon then. Supervisor Simon asked for
okay.
a small contribution to assist with the housing of AmeriCorps workers that are here working on risk reduction, I believe.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm picking up my check today for Friends of Boggs Mountain, and Matthew's working on a press release. I'm really excited. Before the Valley Fire, Boggs Forest was one of the premier mountain bike destinations. The races there drew thousands of people to the area for the weekend. And so 5 miles of trails have been built by volunteers and through different organizations, the Friends of Boggs, and also Redwood Trail Alliance. So the Redwood Trail Alliance is kicking off a campaign next week called Bring Back Boggs. And the reason they're doing it, even though they're not in our county, is because they have the capacity. So they're doing it in partnership with the Friends of Boggs. And it's a $100,000 fundraising campaign, and this will be used as a match to get the kickstart the trail building. This May, there's going to be 2 very large races, which are going to be bringing 2,000 people to the area on 2 separate weekends. It's very, very exciting. People are already booking their stays all over the county because, there's not a lot of lodging up on the mountain. So it's a huge economic boost to pretty much everywhere in the county, as well as dovetailing with our Blue Zones priorities, which is getting people more access to exercise and be out in nature. So it really hits my priorities and my life and my work here with the board, so I'm really excited. I'm in Boggs Forest many times a week, hiking, biking, exploring. So I'm happy to be picking up that check today and working on that press release and sharing it all with you. And if anybody wants to contribute to that, I'm going to have those details out in the next week or so for that kickoff next week. And if anybody wants to volunteer on trail building days, it's a really fun opportunity to be out and meet your friends and neighbors, and it's usually from 9 a.m. to 12, and lunch is provided, and it's just a really fun day to be out in the forest.
All right.
So I think, so sorry.
I also, we had the presentation by the North Shore Fire Fund Project with Chief Ciancio, and I did dedicate $50,000 of my funds to purchase equipment. I know those contracts haven't been finalized yet, but that is the intent. And really to get the vegetation crews out and about all around the county, and probably getting some projects done in District 5 too, so I'm excited about that. And so that's $75,000 of what I've allocated so far this year.
Okay, thank you for that.
Absolutely true. That North Shore Fire Agreement is still being worked on. Susan Parker is negotiating with Chief Ciancio on that. And several of you had also contributed to that. So we have all that in mind. And it, again, just to reiterate, the $30,000 that you see in this line item is just what hit right at the moment. You have, several of you have had other expenditures and plans that have either taken place or are in progress. So there's a lot going on, and it's been exciting for staff as well as you, I think, to be able to have some flexibility that prior boards have not had to do some of these things.
Right. I know mine went towards the cameras that we approved, I want to say back in August or September. So I know that's going to help with the license plate readers on ingress and egress areas. I know that's, I also contributed to the same thing for the North Shore Fire as well for equipment. So, yeah. And I think that's Is that what you wanted to do, Supervisor Sabatier? Is kind of
Yeah, I wanted to hear what it was exactly that we were approving rather than just saying yes. I mean, I want to say yes. It's your discretionary funds, but I think it's important to know what it is that we're doing as a group for the public to be aware, which obviously they would be aware with the press release. But if part of the approval is to say yes to something I don't know what I'm saying yes to, I just wanted to at least hear what it was. And I appreciate it.
So what have you spent?
Still working on it.
What? You were the one most eager to spend, I thought, last year.
And I have to deal with a district that's multi-jurisdictional, and so trying to work my way and navigate through that. So, yes.
And for me, money that I've spent so far is, we used to, for many, many years, gave money through general fund through CASA, to our CASA program that helps our foster youth have their person that follows them through the system, because as you know, they jump around from social worker to social worker, and a CASA worker is somebody that stays with them. So each foster youth has somebody that helps guide them through their journey in the foster care system. So we stopped doing that a couple years ago. So I gave $10,000 to go toward, it was $5,000 for the last 2 years to go help with the CASA program, because it costs money to implement that. And then also $25,000 went to Hope Center to help those that are experiencing homelessness, so we can keep that program going, because it's been incredibly successful, the work that they've done so far. I think they've housed, just in the last, I think it's 14 months, they've housed 28 people. And those are 28 people we would have not been able to house if we didn't have the center. So that's a win for everybody in Lake County.
And then on Supervisor Simon's behalf, I'll say that he's working with Director De Leon on some signage and things in the city of Middletown, and also has some other plans underway. So it's been fun.
So we'll give it back to you, Stephen.
All right. So, try to regather my thoughts here. The next one I would like to talk about is Register of Voters, Budget Unit 1451. We budgeted for the remodel of the ROV office. There was only about $50,000 provided in account 18 for buildings and improvements, but because it ended up being about $66,000, we're asking that it be moved from account 18 and put into a capital asset. Even though we're leasing the building, it's a leasehold capital asset, and I'll talk to the auditor's office about that, but creating an asset at $66,500, which is a $15,000 increase over previously either budget transferred or budgeted amounts. Buildings and Grounds is requesting to budget for Courthouse Museum and Lower Lake Museum exterior, interior, visual report and survey, which would come out to $38,000. And the disaster response recovery, we've already talked about the 2 PSPS funding sources that were received in fiscal year 19 and 20 being moved out to budget unit 1785 and 1671. Budget unit 2111 Public Defender is requesting to adjust their budget to match the new contract, which is an increase of $60,000 for the remainder of the fiscal year. And budget unit 2704, where we talked about the revenues in OES, Emergency Services. This is where you see that the entire fiscal year 21 ARPA and Homeland Security equipment purchases total $203,686, and then a cannabis match of the ARPA grant funds in the amount of $60,483. And the appropriations, you see recorder micrographics, that's where the $250,000 for the new system to convert over due to their system being discontinued. Behavioral Health, budget unit 4014, is requesting to budget for Cal MHSA PEI project. That's a whole lot of acronyms. And the innovation project in the amount of $364,737. And also staying in the behavioral health realm, Substance Use Disorder Services is requesting to budget $400,000 for the new life contract, which is 100% recoupable through federal participation. That's always a good thing. And Social Services Administration is requesting to increase their CalWorks contracts in the amount of $508,327, and a new postage machine that costs around $10,000. And then Parks and Recreation, Budget Unit 7011, is requesting to budget an additional $100,000 for a consultant to prepare a county-wide parks master plan, which is required to move forward with a whole lot of their plans of upgrades to our parks. And they're requesting that to be funded through the cannabis tax dollars. And when I was talking about the revenues for the museum, Budget Unit 7201, here is the other half where they're requesting to budget for new security equipment at the Courthouse Museum, but the overall appropriation is $14,500 to leave a little leeway. So the donation would be half, general fund would be the other half. And Lake Osan Northwest Regional System is requesting to budget for the installation of mini RY unit by PG&E in the amount of $140,000. I believe that's batteries for solar power, but it's actually run by PG&E, so it's not our actual asset. So staffing changes, there aren't very many, but there are a few. For Budget Unit 1904, Information Technology, we are requesting for the director, one deputy information technology director, to be added back into the position allocation. It was removed a year or two ago. And then Budget Unit 2110, District Attorney, is requesting to add an additional Staff Services Analyst 1-2. Neither department is requesting additional funding for that. During recommended and final recommended, there might be some additional staffing funding needed at that time. The last two departments requesting adjustments for positions is Budget Unit 4014, Behavioral Health, asking to remove a Behavioral Health Program Manager, remove an Accountant 1-2, remove 2 Client Support Assistants, which are part-time, which they're only half-time each, and add 1 Staff Services Analyst 1-2, and then finally remove a Facilities Maintenance Worker 1-2 Senior. Budget Unit 5011, Social Services Administration, is requesting to remove 4 Office Assistants, but then add the same 4 as Office Assistant 3s. So that allows for, sorry about that, additional Office Assistant 3s. And here's where one of my first adjustments I would like to request as a side item for the mid-year edition. They also requested 2 additional social services aides or social services aide seniors to make their allocation from FTEs from 4 to 6, and they have the funding for that as well. So there, just so you know, there are 4 fixes / changes I would request from what was actually submitted for the budget, and this is one of them.
And Stephen, if I could take you back for just a second regarding behavioral health positions that they're requesting to be eliminated. We did confirm with the department that none of those positions are presently filled, so there's no job loss. These were just positions that they determined were not needed.
And that would also go with Budget Unit 5011. The 4 OAs were not filled, and so they're adding the 4 extra OA3s.
I have a follow-up question to that. And I know that Director Metcalf, I believe, is with us on Zoom, last I saw.
Yes, he is.
Here he comes.
There he is. Kept looking. I'm taking it that this has historically been vacant and that it's not just like newly vacant or anything like that, and so you're trying to re-strategize on the positions and how to fill them?
Yeah, the behavioral health program manager position we added in the last fiscal year, but just have come to realize that we didn't need it after all. So it was never filled to begin with. So that's why we're taking that out. The accountant 1-2 position, we're switching out as a staff services analyst. Just makes more sense for the work that's being done. The client support assistants are, as Carol pointed out, are part-time positions, and actually the people that were in those positions promoted to full-time client support assistants, and we realized we don't need the part-time allocations, and pretty much the same for the facilities worker. We just, we don't have a need.
Okay. I do have a question, if I may, since Director Metcalf's already there. We took out $400,000 out of your reserves for the new life contract that we just recently signed. I think it's the one that we just recently signed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And just kind of curious, is this because you're trying to figure out the best way to manage your budget with the appropriations you have left, or have you run out of appropriations and you're going to need to go in your reserves for future contracts? Because I know you're going to get paid back for this, so I was wondering if it was a strategy of pulling it out of reserves rather than using your appropriations that you currently have. I just want to check in to see, are you filled with all of your appropriations with all the contracts that we have approved?
As far as I know, and I don't know, Stephen, maybe you might be able to illuminate me around that. But as far as I know, yeah, we're...
You still have some left over?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
So I don't track that for every single department, but that is something we can do. That's what your fiscal manager should have track of.
Yes.
If it's possible to get that number, I'd be very interested to see where we are.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
Moving
Shall
on.
we keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, Stephen?
So now we're on the last leg of our journey. It's the request for capital assets. There was actually quite a few capital asset requests over prior mid-year budgets. So the first one we already talked about with the Register of Voters, the leasehold improvements for their new building, which is almost complete, switching it from a regular account to a capital asset. In Budget Unit 1778, we're requesting to lower the deferred maintenance of the courthouse roof by $15,000 because the project for the Lower Lake Schoolhouse Museum HVAC electrical went out to bid and it came in higher than previously budgeted. So in essence, this is a budget transfer, but since it's a capital asset, board should approve it, and so that we're requesting to do that. And like mentioned before, Budget Unit 1785, this is creating that jail generator project of $525,000 that used to be in Budget Unit 1920. There were some expenses in Budget Unit 1920 that will also be transferred over through journal entries, etc. In Budget Unit 1904, Information Technology, we're actually removing the content management system from the capital asset because it is actually not something we will ever own. We're not actually removing the content management system. We moved it over to 2830 where it should be properly budgeted. And this is actually the first real transaction related to our ARPA spending, the county ARPA.
And the other descriptor for content management system is new web platform for the county. As you know, the one we have is pretty outdated and not, doesn't offer much in the way of self-service. So we're envisioning a system that's a lot more robust and probably has more options for people to self-serve.
Absolutely. In Budget Unit 1920, there's the removal of the actual generator from their capital assets. And jail facilities, Budget Unit 2301 is actually already was approved for $25,000 for replacement of their forklift. They're requesting to increase that asset by $16,276 to make a new total of $41,000 for the new forklift. And Budget Unit 2704, Emergency Services, this is where there's new equipment for the fiscal year 21 ARPA Homeland Security purchases in the amount of $203,000, $686. 2708, Recorder Micrographics, here's where that new recording system is. It's a capital asset because from what we know so far, it is most likely a system we will be purchasing, not just access to a system. And Budget Unit 3011 Road, they're requesting generator electrical contracted out. That's to increase to 30,000. That's under equipment and others, so they're going to add a generator. Lamson Field Capital Projects, Budget Unit 3123. This is actually no change. It's changing the breakout. So the airport, we originally listed it as airport layout plan. They wanted, the department wanted to remove that and split it out between the layout narrative and then the reconstruction and design. So it's the same 150,000, just creating in for the department the exact how they want to see it as a capital asset. And Budget Unit 4014 Behavioral Health is requesting to replace switches for the NS and SS building in the amount of 49,000, which is also considered a capital asset. And Integrated Waste Management Public Services is requesting to budget for 2 community cleanup trailers. That was previously budgeted at final budget, but it wasn't in a capital asset. So once it was purchased, we rung a bell, should be a capital asset. So here's the moving the appropriations to a capital asset where it should have been. And here's Budget Unit 5011 Social Services. This is where you see the postage machine for $10,000. For a frame of reference, the courthouse has the largest postage machine in the county, and they are rather expensive, $24,000 for ours. Moving on to Budget Unit 7011, Parks and Recreation, replacement of a stolen dump trailer. They're receiving insurance proceeds for the same $15,000 that they're asking this capital asset to be created to replace that trailer. And almost to the end here, Budget Unit 7201 Museums, the security equipment installation, there's your $14,500 for the third time, so we won't beat that one to death. Budget Unit 8353 Middletown Sewer, they're requesting lift station number 1 and 2 to purchase stationary generators to the tune of 15 kilowatts and 30 for around $1,500 a piece. Central Garage is requesting to add 2 new capital assets for replacing pool vehicles, PO 172 and PO 077, in the amount of $75,000 overall. And Budget Unit 9908 Heavy Equipment Restricted is requesting to increase the bottom dump trailer. Actually, it's create a new one, bottom dump trailer, for $65,000. And at the same time, remove the new 10-ton fifth wheel equipment trailer and equipment number 24 fifth wheel retrofit to help pay for the difference. So they're requesting $20,000 extra for that new dump trailer. So that's the end of my main comments. Now I explained that there was 4 fixes. I would like to bring those to your attention. Now, if you go into appropriations, if you see the detail tab, the account number for Budget Unit 141 4015, it's a simple miskey. It should be changed to 2380 versus I believe it says 2381.
Where were you again?
So it's on the detail tab, which to you is part of that, the actual resolution. If you go down to appropriations, it says 740-2381 for increase for Hilltop residential housing. It should be 2380, according to the auditor's office review. And we didn't catch, I didn't catch that before it was published. I do apologize for that. And then the 2 additional social services aides from 4 to 6, which I mentioned earlier. And then I had some conversations yesterday with a supervisor or 2, about possible adjustments they were thinking for the mid-year. I would like to also make the change where lowering the reserves for Fund 188, Budget Unit 2604, lowering the reserves by $100,000, which is actually nuisance abatement. They still have around $70,000 for nuisance abatements, but you have to have the appropriations to be able to move forward with other projects. So at the same time of lowering the reserves in 188-2604 by $100,000, also increasing account 2830 by $100,000. And then they can budget transfer it to the appropriate account as needed. The two accounts used are 2830 and 5506 for either nuisance abatements or, 2830 is more for the odds and ends that don't fit directly into the nuisance abatement. And then the final adjustment, Public Services brought to my attention that they requested something within their narrative, but it didn't make it onto their actual form that I go by for doing mid-year. They would like to request additional revenue in account 5490 of $400,000. It's not a small change. And then an additional capital asset in 6312 of $400,000. Now, I'm going to pull up what their reasoning was since it's outside of the normal process. I'll read exactly what they have for that. It takes a second for it to come up. Apologize. Should have had that ready. So it's a state grant reimbursement for multi-year improvements project at Lakeside Park. So the 5490 is state other, so that would be state revenue. And then 6312 is for park improvements of $400,000, so it's construction in progress. And that's also for the multi-year park improvement project. That is all I have. I am open for questions.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I'm going to ask a fairly large favor. All of those items that were changed, is there any way we can get that somewhat written? Because it was, I tried following on the appropriations. I could not find the code that you read out. And I think that because we're talking budget here and we're talking some fairly large numbers, if we can have that on the screen just to make it very obvious what it is that we are changing in comparison to the documents that we were able to review. So that's one. My next is, it was all over the appropriations of the impacts of the salary increases that we had. And some people were able to dip in their reserves, which you stated you were hopeful that next year that would not be the case. And I guess one of the thoughts that I hadn't had when reviewing this was that's only for about 6 months, 7 months, because I believe most of it started November 1st. And so I almost feel like we need to look at that amount and double it as far as what truly would have been asked for until the next budget cycle. And I'm not sure that, yes?
Well, it's not only that, but they could be taking into consideration vacancies they know they're not going to fill. So it's a double plus, potentially.
Well, and I saw that some did some salary adjustments based on vacancies. I was surprised to not see as much, especially with, hovering around the 20% vacancy rate. You don't have to get rid of the entire salary for the year, but you could potentially get rid of the salary for the last 4 months, 3 months, whatever. So there was a lot of dipping into the reserves, and there was also, if you can give us the exact amount, some dipping into Budget Unit 1072 or 1082, whatever the cannabis tax code is. I think it's 1082.
1072.
I was right on the first one. Just because I think that's something that should at least motivate us. We had that conversation about cannabis tax earlier. I know the state is reviewing it, and I'm not going to go into the cannabis tax conversation because that's a different upcoming conversation. But already with just approximately 6 months, 7 months worth of use after the salary increases. If you could provide that number, how much was taken out of cannabis?
Right now. So to be honest, that was actually something I meant to talk about. I do apologize for that. I have that completely ready, so I apologize. I'm looking to the left, but that's my other screen. So the entire request for salary adjustments from Cannabis Budget Unit 1072 is $901,431. So if it was a full year, remember it was about 3.2 million. So a decent chunk is either only half a year, but at the same time, it's not the entire amount. Some people are able to handle it. And then non-salary adjustments for cannabis requesting in this mid-year is $889,077.
And so total adjustments to deal with the salaries would be approximately 1.6, 1.7?
901 is salaries.
No, total between dipping in reserves and dipping into the cannabis tax.
I am doing that right now. 1 second. About 1.5, yeah, 1.6.
And so that to me is just an important part of the conversation. And I get it that adjustments will be made in the next iteration of the budget, but I'm just going to be very sincere. I hope that we don't see adjustments at the top portion of our budget sheets for departments and a decrease of adjustments in the bottom half where those are the services that we are providing. So that number worries me for a first year already with just 7 months of anticipated cost. And I also am wondering, is this on a reimbursement rate so that when they use it, or because that's how we've been doing cannabis, is that cannabis tax automatically being transferred from cannabis tax to those departments where then it disappears if it's not used? Or is it requested upon where we ran out of salary entirely, we need to request for cannabis?
This one is much harder to break down on the reimbursement. So it was planned that we would transfer the amount ahead of time. This was the only case that it was going to be done that way, and it's much harder when you were looking at salary of the different pieces and then requesting for the money. It can be done that way. It's just a whole lot more work than transferring the money in ahead of time. So for like child support, who is part of those requests, I don't know that they would be able to front the money in the first place without getting the funds.
And I guess maybe reimbursement was not the case, but even if they don't use it, let's say we give one of our departments $50,000 for salary increases from cannabis tax, even if they don't touch it, it automatically just stays within that department for the following year, or does it come back, was my question. It sounds to me like it doesn't come back because that's not the way that it's being tracked or utilized.
Correct. It would be within their fund balance available for the next year, which should be taken into consideration when budgeting.
Okay. And I don't know if there's a way to track that so that maybe next budget in July or June when we have that discussion to kind of see, was it absolutely necessary or was it just a safety net? Just because I'm very curious how this is going to go, because my opinion is we're not going to ever be able to collect what we're collecting ever again. And so being mindful and watching what that amount looks like, and especially also, in my opinion, being very mindful of the services being provided to the community are going to be two really important facets of the conversation happening in June for next budget year.
I will attempt to track that. I have a feeling that's going to be extremely hard, but I will give it everything I have to try.
And at this moment, this is just me and my opinion. I don't think that you should be doing something that's completely arduous and overworked to get that kind of data unless the rest of the board feels that way. So please don't take direction from me.
I think it's important to track.
All right. Are you asking for like a consensus on that, or?
I mean, right now there's two, and I don't want to give him anything on his plate.
I'll agree with it.
And if I just may finish, I appreciate the changes for the abatement, and I hope that we see the entirety of that being used up. There's a lot to abate out there, and if we have money left over at the end of the year, we need to fix whatever our process is to not being able to actually provide a sense of change in a community that is being impacted by blight or whatever the nuisance may be. I did want to make sure, and I apologize if I'm out of turn in bringing this up, but I know that there seemed to possibly be a holdup in due to salary budget issues for CDD for hiring a deputy director. I want to make sure if there is a need for transfer or if there is a need for funding to be made available. I think that department requires the help of leadership quickly rather than waiting for next budget year to be fixed and resolved. I know I had that conversation with both yourself, Mr. Carter, and CAO Hutchinson yesterday, and I just want to make sure that we're able to move forward.
Yeah, there's some sort of communication breakdown there. We confer regularly with departments about their budgets and their needs, and that one had not been brought to us, but absolutely, we share the commitment to fill that deputy director position.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Stephen, is there anything else you'd like to add, or?
No, I do not believe so.
I'll open it up for the public comment. Is there anybody in the room that would like to? Yes.
Looks like Stephen has one more point, Mr. Chair.
Oh, Stephen, go ahead before I open public comment.
Supervisor Spate wanted to see on the screen the changes.
Okay.
I have that if you would like me to share screen.
Great.
Yes, please share screen.
It's my working workbook, so it's not the prettiest. I'll tell you that right now. So are you seeing my screen properly?
Now we are, yes.
So the yellow highlighted are the new fixes, we'll call it. So the first one is the 188-2604 nuisance abatement, removing $100,000 in reserves. Close your eyes while I scroll down. We're now in the revenue section. So here is the request to add $400,000 for the state grant for multi-year improvements. And then going down into appropriations. Here's adding the $100,000 to account 2830 for the abatements. Oh, I passed up the account number. This one right here was 4015, right here, 2381. See, it's even in the wrong format. So that should be 2380, not 2381. Oh, my finger can't go, sorry. And then here's the 400,000 added a capital asset for Parks and Recreation, the multi-year. And then if you move to position allocation, there's the increase from 4 to 6 of social services aides. So they're new, that 256 FTEs. So they added 2. I believe that is all of them, yes?
So, Mr. Chair, before you move on with public comment, I just wanted to call to your attention that we have a number of department heads and Department of Finance staff here with you in the Zoom. If you had any more specific questions of them, we would certainly yield to the details.
Okay. So I'll, I don't see any questions.
Or if any of them want to add.
Is there any director that would like to discuss anything or add to the topic of discussion before I open it for public comment? And if you do, please raise your hand.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll open it up for public comment. It looks like we have someone. Please state your name for the record and, 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Michael Wegner, and I wanted to bring up the point and maybe further the point of Mr. Sabatier is the cannabis funds or the taxes that have been collected. Bruno made the point that this is probably the peak at which we have or will have, and so that has to be taken into account that next year there may be half as much if we just use that basic math. I would like to point out that those funds won't necessarily be less, half or less. It could even be more if we're able to streamline our processes, meaning the taxes could be lower, but if we have more people doing it, then the income would still come in. So, you know, listening to the budget, I'm also wondering how much of the cannabis tax money is being allocated to streamlining that process so that as an investment for the county, we see more income coming in as opposed to it turning into less, if that makes any kind of sense.
Go
ahead, Supervisor.
So next week, we're going to have a report out from the Community Development Committee, which has been tasked with streamlining the process. I think the question of sustainability for the industry is a conversation that we need to have. What will the market sustain? You know, how will our environment sustain? All of those questions, I think, need to be answered, and we can continue to have a dialogue. But next week is when we're going to be having that presentation.
Fair enough. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the chambers? Okay. And it looks like we have 2 hands up in the Zoom room, so we'll start with Betsy Kahn. Please unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I have 2 questions, and I apologize, I've not been able to scrutinize the line items in your attachments, so I may be asking a question that is easily answered, and I may not. I'm concerned about funding for the Office of Emergency Services, our Emergency Operations Plan Annex for access and functional needs calls for the position of a coordinator, and I have never seen that requested in any of the position, staffing requests so far. I'm not sure if your board is aware of that. We also have an obligation to update the Natural Hazard Mitigation Plan for California Office of Emergency Services in compliance. Had anybody in that office for so long? We haven't yet had an allocation for, a request, a grant application or anything like that to do that. So I'm wondering if there's money available to get that done so that we can be in compliance with our emergency response requirements. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could respond
Yes,
to some of that. Our Sheriff OES Director is not present here today to speak to that more specifically, but we have not had specific requests at this time in the budget for the things the caller mentioned. I believe one of those things she mentioned was about the Sheriff's Center that will be forthcoming at the Armory. Yes. And the Space Committee has met recently with the Sheriff about his plans, and there is some movement anticipated soon to seek the services of an architect, which can help us come up with a design and scope for the project. You don't see money budgeted for that yet specifically because we don't have those costs outlined yet. And in terms of the staffing needs of OES, we would rely on the Sheriff OES Director to make those requests.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier, it looks like you have your pen. Do you want me to wait for the next person?
Well, I can add to that. Not sure on the salary portion of it for a coordinator, but for other needs or anything like that. There is, as we just discussed through the cannabis tax, that 30% went to law enforcement, and that there's still quite a large sum that can be utilized in some way, shape, or form. Just need a proposal if there's a need for a proposal.
Excellent. Thank you. Next person that has their hand up is Aaron. If you could state your name for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Hi there, Erin McCarrick, Clear Lake. Not diving into the cannabis tax issues, as Supervisor Sabatier said. This might just be a quick question for Carol or Stephen. What happens when there are grants like the $2 million coming from the state, the Department of Cannabis Control, that maybe come after this mid-budget meeting? How do you guys, does that go into a different allocation, or is that taken into account? Thank you for the report.
Stephen, I'll let you go for that one. I'm not sure when we're appropriating that.
So I would actually like to defer to Patrick, but I don't believe he's on.
He is. Patrick is here.
We are receiving $2.1 million for the local jurisdiction assistance, though. Patrick, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I can provide a little bit more information on that. The state actually just provided us the executed contract for that on Friday. So we do have it in our hand now. Community development can enter into agreements with consulting firms and other outside consultants that can help streamline the processing of permits. That's what that grant allocation is specifically set aside for. So with the use of outside contractors, it could hopefully increase our processing times here and relieve a lot of the burden on our staff. So at this point, I'm not sure where community development stands on that. I believe they have already reached out and start laying the groundwork for those agreements. I don't know if anyone from CDD would be available to speak further. I don't want to speak on their behalf there.
I do want to say something specific about what the caller's question was. It is not directly in this mid-year budget, no, because we didn't have a guarantee of it until this last Friday. Now, once there is a need and ability to spend it, then either a board item can come forward, or we just set up the accounts to transfer the funding over once used, because it's going to be deposited in the cannabis fund first, I believe.
I don't see anyone on from community development. Okay. So we'll, so I hope that, they did their best to answer, and so we'll move on from there. Supervisor Sabatier, you ever pan up again?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up real quick. I was looking around and didn't want to bother him since I was going to just call him and ask, but since he's here, wondering if Director Ewing might be able to speak about the jail generator. That's been a discussion that's been happening for quite a while. Last I checked, the jail generator was kind of limping along on its last leg, and I just want to make sure that if the unfortunate emergency does occur, that we're at least getting closer and closer to finalizing that jail generator project.
Yeah, we are getting closer. Limping along is probably an appropriate term, but we are looking to buy a generator through a GSA contract. So that's a quote that we just received, I think yesterday, the day before. And then on the design side, we're at about 90% design. The only thing to wrap up has to do with the foundation of the new generator. So that's where we are. It's probably in the next month that we will be coming to your board to adopt the plans and specifications to go out to bid.
Very happy to hear that. Thank you so much for that update.
All right. I don't see anything else, and so we'll close public comment. If there's any other comments from directors, or it looks like actually we have one more person that raised their hand, but they went off, so I think we're all right.
And so much for me saying our presentation would be brief.
It's Maria Valadez, so I'll...
Yes, let's bring Maria in.
Okay, Maria, if you can unmute and go ahead and...
Here she comes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So, as everybody knows, we'll be moving into our new building here shortly. I think the move-in date is scheduled for us to be open to the public on the 14th of February. This is upcoming Monday. but I'd like to thank administration, buildings and grounds, and IT for their collaboration in this project and getting it to where we're at now. I know it started off a little slow, but I know they've been hard at work getting us to where we need to be. So I wanted to thank everybody for their collaboration. And we're excited.
We share Maria's excitement. It's pretty exciting. We had hoped to have an open house at the new facility, but in the COVID environment, it's just not advised at this time. But supervisors, if you've had the opportunity to poke your head in the door over there, you've seen it and you probably are excited too. If not, I would encourage you to do that maybe when you're here next Tuesday when she's operational.
All right. Lars, just one more. I'm sorry, I should have asked this when you were on. I just wanted to make it more difficult for you so you can turn your camera off and on. But just an update on the Lucerne Harbor. I know we met recently, and if you just wanted to give a quick update on that, I know there's probably some folks wanting to ask about that, and we'll ask otherwise that I ask if I don't ask that question, so I'll bring it up.
Sure. So as you know, and for an update for those that are not aware, that project was in the tribal consultation realm, still is. We have a cultural resources monitoring plan, a management plan that will likely include monitoring that I just received yesterday from a consultant to prepare a scope of work. So the anticipation is that we will take that scope of work and re-engage with the tribal consultation component. So I just provided that information earlier today, coincidentally enough, to the senior planner who's running that, just to ensure that we're going about that the right way. So the plan, the next steps would be to establish that cultural resources management plan, which essentially would be providing an opportunity for the tribe to have involvement during construction for any materials that are found that they may have an interest in. And once that is finalized, then we would have CEQA complete, get our permits in line, and then go out to bid for construction. So it's establishing the tribal consultation. That's where we are, and getting past that is the next stage, which is why we have that proposal from the consultant.
No, thank you, Director Ewing. I appreciate that. And is there any other updates or I don't see any other hands up, so I just want to make sure there's no other questions. Supervisor Sabatier?
One last comment. I think one of the most exciting things on here is the release of the hiring freeze. That's something that to have an empty chair next to you when there's more work than just one person can get done is very demoralizing, and to be able to start filling those seats in accordingly and appropriately, I think this is a pivotal moment for good positive change for many departments. So looking forward to seeing how that changes things.
All right. Public input's closed. Then it looks like we'll bring it back to board for action, unless there's anything else anyone wants to add.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt resolution amending resolution number 2021-115 to amend the adopted budget by adjusting reserves, fund balance carryover, revenues, and appropriations. And can I do it all, Ms. Grant?
Yeah.
And adopt resolution amending resolution 2021-116 to amend the position allocation for fiscal year 2021-22 to conform to the mid-year budget adjustments.
Stephen has his hand up.
Go ahead, Stephen.
With the amendments as highlighted in yellow on the wonderful, clean spreadsheet.
Motion? Or is he offering?
That was a resolution.
It's a resolution.
All right, so you offer
I guess I could have just said I offer the resolution.
No, we wanted everyone to know, so. Johanna, can you please conduct the roll call?
Yes, Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye?
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Thank you very much, Board.
All right. Thank you, Stephen. And thank you, directors, for your input, CEO Hutchinson and Ms. Grant for your input as well on that. I think we are at 1 o'clock. Do you want to push through? I know we have, we can push right through because we have calendars and then we can go into closed session. So we'll,
Can we take a 5-minute break?
yeah, we can take a 5-minute break. Go ahead. 1:03 right now. We'll come together at 1:08. All right. All right, welcome back. We will now move on to 7.1, Supervisors Weekly Calendar, Travel, and Reports. And we will start with Supervisor Sabatier.
All right, starting tomorrow with LTA meeting in the morning. Then on Thursday, we'll be doing our second half of our diversity, equity, and inclusion training, continued on with a clean water program. I'm the alternate on that one with you, Chair Crandall. And I don't see anything on Friday. Actually, on Friday, I do intend to go to the, maybe it's supposed to be a surprise. I'm going to go to say goodbye to somebody on Friday. And then I will be coming back here ready to go for our meeting on the 15th. I do have a pegboard meeting that evening. What is this? Oh, Latinos United of Lake County will be meeting as well. And so I'll see if I could take part in that. Looks like I'll be available, meeting with our CAO just to, again, be prepared for next week's meeting, and how that goes.
All right. Supervisor Pyska?
Yes. Yesterday, I had our first meeting of our tree mortality task force, and we decided to have a town hall, a virtual town hall in March. I think it's March 11th. So we're going to be planning on that as a resource to really communicate to the public, how they can, what resources we're working on and what could be available for small landowners, large landowners, and, just talk about the whole problem that we have. So I'm looking forward to that, and we'll be spending the next couple weeks and month preparing for that. So tomorrow, I'm meeting in Boggs Forest and taking the check that I'm picking up today, which I'm super excited about. Then I have a CDD committee. The Prep California meeting is on my calendar for 11 p.m.
Correct. I put that on your calendar with hope that we could brainstorm a little bit about the grant application. Should I share with the board a little bit there?
Yeah, but it's 11 p.m.
Oh, okay.
I had the place.
11 p.m. doesn't work.
Yeah, I had the place marker for noon. I guess we were going to do it right after our, this meeting.
Yeah, that's supposed to be noon.
But yes, if you want to speak on that.
So Cal OES has made us aware of an opportunity to apply for Prepare California Jumpstart Grant. And originally, they were telling us that this was limited to a census tract in Lake County that included only the city of Clear Lake and only Clear Lake Oaks. And they reached out and they were pursuing us, encouraging us to apply, and explained that we might be able to access this type of a grant fund to have a chief resiliency officer position here in the county, which I think could be a real benefit, because the way we typically approach these things is that the various people staff that are involved in these things are trying to do disaster-related work in addition to their regular duties. And so if we could have a position that was designated for that, it would be a great opportunity for Lake County to be more proactive and to, really get our finger on the pulse of other grant opportunities as well. And so, but we explained to them that it would make no sense to have it be so limited. It would need to have a county-wide focus. And so they thought about that a little bit and got back to us and said they agree. And so still there is encouragement that we apply for this grant. I'm hoping that that I can do that, and that's what the meeting is about next on Wednesday, not at 11 o'clock at night.
Yes, so we're really excited about that opportunity, and we're going to pursue that in every way that we can. Okay, so then Thursday, we will be having the diversity, equity, and inclusion training. I'm going to have to miss the Fire Safe Council. Friday, Public Health Committee at 8 a.m., weekly planning meeting with the home hardening team. And then Monday, I have my meeting with Carol, and it's Valentine's Day. So it's an appropriate time to make your orders for our local bakeries and anything that you can do to support our local businesses and celebrate Valentine's Day with your friends, family, loved ones. And then I'll be back here on Tuesday.
Thank you. Vice Chair Scott.
Tomorrow I have agenda review at 9 o'clock, and then Thursday looks like a busy day. I'll be attending the diversity training at 9 o'clock, and then I have a 3 o'clock, it's Mental Health Board, and I also have a back-to-back Lake County Edible Foods. So I think I'm going to go to the Lake County Edible Foods Recovery Program meeting at 3, and then show up late to the Mental Health Board after that. Friday I have an 8 o'clock a.m. PH committee meeting. On Saturday, Foster Together meeting at 10 o'clock, the program that comes in to help our resource families here in Lake County. And Monday preparing for Tuesday's meeting.
Thank you. So I'll start off with a couple of things. Last week at the East Region Town Hall meeting, code enforcement was there and did a very good job talking with the public about some things. So I'd like to give some props to the department for being there, answering questions, and it went very well. I'd also like to address that the animal control director went and spoke with Spring Valley POA and gave really descriptive, informative topics of discussion for them and their situation out there with animals. So just want to let some folks know that some of our departments are working hard. So just wanted to highlight that. Middle Creek Restoration we had yesterday, continuing and trying to adjust with the different losses and things like that. One of our key members has left the department to work in a different area. So we're working towards getting this project moving along as usual. As we all know, it's a long, arduous progress with that. Agenda review tomorrow at 9 a.m. I know I have something else, but I'm not seeing it on this calendar. And I know Department Equity, or Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion on Thursday. Clean Water Program, 2 p.m. I have something to do on the 11th, but it's personal. So on the 14th, we have a meeting with Carol, and it's a meeting with staff afterwards, and then back here on Tuesday for the Board of Supervisors meeting. And with that concludes our calendars. We'll go ahead and move to closed session. Closed session consists of 2 items. 8.1, conference with legal counsel, decision whether to initiate litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4, one potential case. And 8.2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, FERC project number 77 Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project. With that, we will go into closed session and come back after to see if anything has been taken, any action's been taken or whatever. So, all right, we'll go into closed session.